Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Singapore FinTech Festival 2020 World FinTech Festival in Budapest event. I'm Peter Linker and I'm honoured to be your host on this, the first day of this fascinating two-day event. The Singapore FinTech Festival is the world's largest FinTech event organised by the Monetary Authority of Singapore. This fifth edition of the festival features a unique hybrid format that combines a 24-hour online event platform with over 40 global satellite events in FinTech hubs around the world, comprising of digital and physical formats throughout the week. The Magyar Nemzeti Bank, or the Central Bank of Hungary, is one of the partners of the Singapore FinTech Festival, hosting an online event from here in Budapest. As COVID-19 has radically changed international gatherings, today we meet in this virtual space. But I'm confident that this will not prevent us from witnessing vibrant and thought-provoking discussions. The theme of this year's event is people and talent, which is critical to addressing global challenges, especially those brought about by the pandemic. These will be addressed via 5 dedicated summits, of which Budapest's two-day event will be held within the framework of the Infrastructure Summit and the Impact Summit. Today, as we connect to the Infrastructure Summit, I would now like to ask the Chief Digital Officer and Executive Director responsible for digitalization and fintech development at the Central Bank of Hungary, Ms. Anikó Szombati, to kindly open today's event.
Dear guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me warmly welcome you all during our first online event as part of the Singapore FinTech Festival, the World FinTech Festival in Budapest. Last November, at the end of the SSF event, nobody had expected that next time most of the participants will have to follow the 2020 event from their homes via digital channels. This situation, on the one hand, deprives us from the free networking possibilities. On the other, opens the virtual doors to all interested parties from all over the world to visit Budapest and join our local 2 days long event. This year's program is all around people and talent. Amid social distancing and the growing share of automated digital interfaces, the relevance of people and talent in making projects successful is higher than ever. Here in Budapest, during this 2 days long event, we are celebrating the 50 years diplomatic relationship between Hungary and Singapore, what the two central banks, the MAS and the MNB, will further build and strengthen along mutual interests with the signing of a cooperation agreement. During the professional program, we will also celebrate the people who had a vision and a strong will, and the talent to make that happen in developing instant payment services in Hungary and worldwide. We will also cover the potential risks that growing digital payments and data sharing can entail, and also the opportunities in letting our citizens, as well as our environment, benefiting from the spread of digital finances. We do believe that the strong cooperation along the promotion of innovative and still safe financial services among the two authorities can only bear fruit if it built on people and talent. MAS has already established its name via making Singapore a world-famous financial innovation center and the host of such a gigantic event like the SSF for more than 5 years now, this year hosting thousands of virtual and physical visitors. We do believe that Budapest and MNB will become a strong partner, and this 2 days joint event, such as the whole week, will be concluded with good impressions, new ideas, and strong linkages digitally that can soon be turned to face-to-face relationships. And now, I would like to thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Szombati, for those inspiring ideas that indeed set a great basis for today's discussions, which will revolve around 2 hot topics: payment and cybersecurity. And speaking of payment, it's now my pleasure to welcome the co-founder and CEO of Transferwise, Mr. Kristo Käärmann, as the keynote speaker of the session. As co-founder and CEO of a global technological company whose aim it is to build the best method possible to move money around the world, Kristo will now present a speech on Going Direct, FinTech integrations in payments infrastructure. Kristo, the floor is yours.
Thank you. It's good to see everyone virtually as we are here today. And as being introduced, I started this company 10 years ago to solve a problem of moving money globally. So moving money across borders, when I found out that my banks is putting a hidden 5% markup onto exchange rate. So rolling time forward, today we're moving or so far have moved about $150 billion worth of about 50 different currencies across country borders. So we are getting pretty good at this, and we're present globally doing this. But why am I talking to you today? If we go back and look at how Transferwise works, so what has made it successful, it is effectively replacing the correspondent banking system. So when you usually go on to make an international payment through your bank, what happens is, starting in country X, so in this case in the US, you would the bank would then go through their corresponding network that can go a few steps until they reach the destination country, and then your payment, hopefully a few days later, will be paid out to your recipient in the recipient bank. And this system's been in place for decades, many decades, and it's working. It has its flaws, but it's working. It's quite slow, it's expensive, and it does need a change. So what we did with Transferwise, we built our own network. So rather than going through the old correspondent banking rails, we connected locally in each country to be able to collect payments in the local currency and then immediately make payouts in the destination currency. So in this example, we would be collecting money from our customers in the US and immediately be able to pay out through our network in Thailand. And this slide I'm showing you, this graphic, is actually about 4 or 5 years ago, because it talks about our banking partners in each countries. And that's what I'm going to talk to you about today, because that is what has since changed. So the whole story of why we've been able to build Transferwise is stitching together a global experience. So you'll be able to use your money without borders wherever you are. But the way we managed to do this is really through these local integrations that are already present in most countries, and in some cases are very fast and very cost effective. So how does it work today? If you go to your bank, you'll find out that it takes about 3 to 5 business days for your money to arrive on the other side, but you wouldn't know exactly how much. With us, we're now able to move 32% of our payments in less than 20 seconds. So that means money leaves your bank in one country, in one currency, and less than 20 seconds later arrives on the recipient's bank account in some other country on the other side of the world, in their currency, on their bank account. About 50% of the cases, this takes slightly longer, but it's under 1 hour. And about 80% of the cases we managed to conclude the transaction in less than 24 hours. So there's still 20% of payments that take more than 24 hours, which shouldn't really be the case. But given the weekends and many countries still on the slow payment systems, that is unfortunately the case. And then when we come to price, my second most favorite topic, banks often tell you that your international wire is either free or it costs you €5 or €15. What they don't tell you is they mark up the exchange rate with somewhere between 3 to 5%, sometimes more. And that's where they really make their money. On Transferwise, we have been transparent from the beginning. That's one of the biggest ethos of the company, is that money always has to exchange at the real mid-market exchange rate. There's no tampering with that. And we do charge a fee, and we do it transparently. And on average, we charge 0.74%. So how does it work? And why am I talking on this Budapest segment of this conference? The way we designed the system was that, as I explained, we would collect funds in one country through our partner bank, usually, where we hold accounts. Then we would move through the central bank and then pay out in a different jurisdiction through the recipient bank. So that's the payout flow. So now what is starting to happen around the world is that this model is changing, where we connect directly with the central bank. So on the original picture, rather than going through our clearing bank in the local country, which then goes through the local payment system and clears through the central bank and delivers these funds, we are able to do this directly, and that brings enormous benefits for our customers, which is what I'm going to talk about next. And this journey hasn't been easy. So let me give you a little bit of historical background. In 2015, roughly, these discussions started happening in the UK, where we were already operating. We were paying our partner bank, I think, about £1 to clear a payment. So if we needed to pay out to our recipient in the UK, it cost us £1 to deliver the money. And there was an instant payment system in place. It had 10 members, all of them banks. And the members were also the owners of the payment system. They weren't really interested in having new participants in that group, in that club, I should say. But the UK regulators and the government realized that this is not going to be sustainable. So this payment system is there almost as a national resource. Like we have roads and highways that could be owned by someone, but they're there for the public economy to work. And that's the same with payment systems. So the UK set up a payment systems regulator around 2017, 2016. And the whole idea behind that was that these payment systems are the national infrastructure when it comes to money. So they must be evolving and they must be innovating. And it's really hard to do when the owners of and the operators of the payment systems aren't necessarily incentivized to do so. So that background story kind of happened in 2016, 17. And in 2018, the payment systems in the UK were ready to make the first big step and accept the first non-bank to participate in the payment system directly. So from April 2018, Transferwise started clearing directly as a member of the faster payment scheme in the UK, which meant that we had to settle directly through the Bank of England as the central bank running the settlement side of the payment system. So that was a really big step, and the significance of that was not that we were suddenly be able to pay out instantly to our UK recipients, and they were of course super happy about this. It also became hugely cheaper for us because we didn't have to pay this £1 to our partner banks no longer. We just paid the charges that the scheme charged, which turns out were about 3 pence. So going from £1 to 3 pence was an enormous step in 2018 for us, and we were able to pass it on to our customers. So time moving forward, but before it did, we calculated we've actually saved 1,000 years of waiting time just by going instant in the UK. So that's what our customers collectively since then have saved in terms of waiting for their payment to arrive. which is pretty cool. And following from that, the Eurosystem members, and particularly Bank of Lithuania, enabled us to connect to the SEPA Instant, the new scheme, which was just about to get started. We were the first to, one of the first members. Well, Bank of Lithuania was one of the first members there, and we gained access to the instant clearing in the euros for the members who were connected in 2018. That was a great step. And again, for our customers, it has meant 2,700 years of time saving in terms of their euro payments arriving. And the reason why it's a bigger difference, because Europe is also moving to instant payments at the same time from the old slow system. And now, coming to the crux of the story here, in September, we were super happy to announce that Hungary became the third currency zone where our customers get instant clearing directly through the payment system and the central bank settlement. So since September, we've been operating with a direct access to Hungarian payment systems, and that's been incredible work from the central bank, from Anikó, who just spoke, and the other members involved in making this technically work for a non-bank. So thank you so much for this. But really, it's not me saying thank you for this. It's our customers, because since September already, they have saved about 78 years, kind of waiting for the Hungarian foreign payment to arrive. That means something. But it's getting better. As I explained in the UK, this made it cheaper for us and made it cheaper for our customers. It's the same case in Hungary. So what used to be was, which actually the case before September, and then now we're paying 208 Hungarian forint roughly to execute a delivery of a forint. That's mostly our partner bank costs, but some of the operational expense around this. So added all together, we have to charge our customers 208 Hungarian forint to break even and to sustainably offer this service. So what's going to happen soon, as we were able to bring it down to about 28 forint. That whole huge step, purely thanks to the direct connection to the payments scheme that we've just executed. So this hasn't gone live yet. I'm quite excited to be able to announce this soon publicly. So this is just a glaring example to see how the central bank and the payment system and the local regulators being able to deliver benefits for their whole country and their economy by creating competition in the participants of the payment system and letting non-banks to operate the payments directly, because that is just so much more efficient. And that's not it. So for us, the journey continues because also Hungarians are sending money abroad. They want their funds to arrive instantly. So also in November, we became eligible to connect to the Australian fast instant payment system. And we had to go through a different licensing process to achieve that. And it's not stopping there. We're quite excited about the Monetary Authority of Singapore announcement recently, where they've enlisted a few companies in the first batch of non-banks connecting to the Singapore FAST system. So the reason why I'm kind of showing you all of these examples today is to demonstrate that this is happening. There are non-banks who are able to get access to the direct clearing, make it much cheaper, much faster for the consumers and for the businesses in these countries. And from our side, that enables us to stitch together this global network so that money doesn't move fast just between your local banks, but it also moves super fast internationally, because our lives are international. Our money should work across borders as well. And with that, I only have to call for everyone else listening. I mean, Hungary has done a great job. UK has done their bit, and Singapore is kind of shining the light. But all the other countries should really see the benefits that the consumers in these countries are getting, and see if they can innovate on their payment infrastructure. Thank you so much.
Kristo, thank you for that insightful speech on such a timely topic, so relevant not only to Hungarians, but so many other people around the world as well. And now we move on to our first panel discussion of the day, the topic of which will be payment infrastructure in the 21st century. I'm pleased to welcome renowned payments expert Mr. Mark Mooney on our virtual stage as the chair of this discussion. Mark is partner and independent payments consultant at iPlan, and for over a decade has been helping companies to do more with payments, especially instant payments. Mark, I'll leave it up to you to introduce the members of your panel.
Thank you very much, and good morning or good afternoon if you're in a different time zone. To all of our listeners, thank you for joining this session. The topic for the next 40 minutes is indeed going to be payments infrastructures in the 21st century. We're going to talk about opportunities and experiences. And it's going to be a very, very interesting session. There is a chat box available in this session, so to all the listeners, you are able to ask questions. These will be directed towards the panelists, so I'll keep my eye on those. And in the panel, I would like to take three different approaches or three different angles to the topic. I want to take a look at the users of payment infrastructures. I want to take a look at the technology side. And certainly, not least, also at the regulatory side. But first, I'll give the panelists a chance to introduce themselves, their position, the company that they're working for, and how they came to come on a panel on payments infrastructures. Unfortunately, the only woman on the panel, I would like to ask Ms. Atawodi, Amy, to kick off.
Hi, my name's Abhi Atawodi. I'm the head of product for payments at Uber. Ladies first, right?
Super, super. Paul, you would like to go next?
Yeah, I'm Paul Valvik Joint. I am from Payments International at Nets, and we operate instant payments infrastructure and deliver that to clients in Slovenia, Hungary, Italy, Norway, and Denmark. And that's probably why I'm on the panel of infrastructures into the 21st century, which is really exciting subject.
Super, super. Looking forward to an interesting debate. Mr. Gupta, Naveen, you'd like to do a quick introduction?
Absolutely. Happy to go next. I'm Naveen Gupta. I'm Managing Director for Ripple, and I manage MENA, which is one of the largest cross-border payment sending region all over the world, and also look after South Asia, which is one of the largest receiving region. And as you know, Ripple is an enterprise blockchain company, and we are here to make cross-border payments simple and easy, like sending an email from person A to person B.
Super, super. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Bartha, Lajos, care to do a quick introduction?
Yes, thank you, Mark. Good morning, everyone. My name is Lajos Bartha, and I am an executive director in the Central Bank of Hungary. I spent my last 22 years in the central banking area, 19 years in the Central Bank of Hungary, and 3 years in the European Central Bank. But all these 22 years went on payment systems and payment services. Currently, I am heading the Financial Infrastructures Directorate of the Central Bank. and the banking operation area of the central bank. So I am responsible basically for the regulation, supervision, oversight, development, and the operation of payment systems and payment services in Hungary.
Wow, well, good to have you on the panel. Well, let's start with the first angle, so the user angle. So being a major user of payments infrastructures across the globe, we see a trend to increase speed in transactions between banks through instant payments, as well underway in Europe, in Asia, in the US. More recently, we've seen developments in what I would like to call the other areas of the four-corner model, so in the overlay services and in the interaction between the users and their banks. As a major user on payments infrastructures, Uber, what do you see as the main areas of improvements in the payments areas that are coming in the next couple of years?
So I think to answer that question, let's take a bit of a step back, walk you a little bit on the journey that we've seen within Uber. So when I joined Uber, and for quite some time, it was this vision of push a button, get a ride. So you went all around the world, whether you were in Delhi or you were in Dallas, right? You pushed the button, car showed up. And we were really trying to make it so that you, just like your car, you just walked out. So payments, for one of the first times, if not, probably one of the first sort of use cases, became an afterthought. You could walk out of the car, you had your card on file, credit card or debit card, or PayPal, and it worked. And then we started to go on this vision of really rapidly expanding across the world. And we had a very rude awakening. We found out that, payments, it might sound quite simple and seamless, but it's as nuanced as the countries that we were in. It's as nuanced as the cities that we saw. And so you have everything from markets where there's two-factor authentication. So now I have to interact with the customer. You have markets where it's single message transactions are really the order of the day, or wallets. So you have to think about, okay, what's the fare? I don't know where the customer's going. So how do I manage a situation where you have low balances, or they haven't gone through an auth flow, or the sort of authentication has changed? And so as we sort of scaled globally, we started to really think about, we've distilled payments, gone away from this rider-driver methodology, and really just started to think about spenders and earners. And so spenders, they pay for services, earners, they offer services on the platform and get paid. And we have this multi-sided marketplace. Like you could be a rider or an eater, grocery shopper, or you could be a restaurant, you could be a transit agency, or a driver, a courier. And we started to really think about both sides of this. And at the end of it, it really comes down to this simple philosophy of, I want to pay and get paid the way I want. I want it to be as seamless as possible. So this might sound crazy, but as we think about payment acceptance, my team really thinks about, how do we cover 100% of the top 3 payment methods in every market? And I'm pleased to say that we're pretty much almost there. By the end of H1, we'll be at 100% globally, which is it's not it's pretty, there are a lot of war stories to talk about there. But when I look at it, and I look at again, going back to where we were, we couldn't cover that long tail of payment methods very quickly. So we launched Cash. And what Cash did was it was this, normalization, if you like, democratization, if you like, of payments on a digital platform. Everywhere you went in the world, it worked pretty much the same. And so when you ask me sort of what's the future, my sort of dream is digital payments works globally in every market, just like Cash. It is the same, right? There are no weird nuances. There are no compliant regulations that are changing every day. There are no, stacks that we have to keep up with. Let's just simplify, because the essence of it is we want to exchange value. So to now unpack that related to what you asked, I imagine a world where indeed, when I integrate a payment method, hopefully somehow, all the payment options that are out there somehow work quite similarly, right? The APIs are pretty much the same. The interactions with your bank are the same. I don't need to hop through multiple parties just to get money from your bank account. It just works. So to answer the question, I know it sounds crazy and sort of payments infrastructure. Let's look to cash, learn from cash, learn from how simple this thing is, how it just works everywhere, and take that into payments and think about all these different layers from the infrastructure, the stack, the onboarding, right? The experience when you're using it. And most importantly, more and more, the compliance and regulation, keeping the intent, but not trying to really create nuances in every single market, which means that payment providers might struggle to innovate quickly because we're just keeping up with regulations, even though the intent's good.
Wow, that is indeed a high benchmark to set, I guess. We'll come to the regulatory angle in a minute. But I'd like to basically ask Paul now. So hearing this, Uber wants their payments to be invisible. They want their payments to be harmonized, having the same payment experience across different countries. You're an international company. You've got systems in Denmark, in Norway, here in Hungary. So you have some experience in having that international landscape. On the same time, if you look at Net specifically, there's been a lot of things going on. You've got P27 in the Nordics, which is a major overhaul of all the payments infrastructure over there, and you've become part of the MasterCard family, if you will. So how do you address those desires from Uber while also managing all that turmoil that's happening inside your company? How do you balance that, and how do you prioritize what you need to do?
Well, first of all, there's not too much turmoil inside the company. We're just having lots of fun doing what we do best, and that's namely instant payments. So, but certainly there's a lot of interesting things going on, and I mean, I'm really pleased that you're thinking along the same lines as what we have been thinking when we are designing the backbone infrastructures. So from the outset, we have been working diligently on removing friction wherever we can. So in terms of establishing infrastructures, it's about onboarding, it's about API access, it's about processing, it's about ensuring that everything you can do simpler with less friction, you will with instant payments. And I'm as excited about instant payments completing it towards cash as you know. I've participated in 3 events in the last 3 years in Hungary, and I think the central bank will also cover some of those elements. But instant payments is essentially about an instrument that is the same as cash, but it's digital. That is the vision that you want to get to, right? So that's what we're working very diligently about. But I think that there's a couple of things that are important in reaching that vision, and that's collaboration and partnering up. And what we do is we provide infrastructures, but we need partners to work together with us. And we work with clients and other partners. We've just partnered up with a company, Fabric, who delivers wallets and delivers integration towards merchants and those type of things. And what you have to do is you have to be constantly collaborating and looking out for partnering up to remove friction in wherever you have your installation going. So when we're in Hungary, we learn from what happens in Slovenia, we learn from what happens in the Nordics, and you apply that. And that's really the essence of it. And I think we're coming back to the regulatory aspects of it. But that's the end goal, to ensure that anything that you do with instant payments is as easy as it were 10, 15 years ago to do cash, but it's digitally native, right? So anyone who is digitally native today will work with instant payments just as easily as we did with cash 20 years ago when I went to the store and bought candy with my allowance on a Saturday, right? So the digitally native people, and also the people that include my generation and my parents' generation, have to transition into becoming digitally native and using the instant payments as we used to use cash. And when we're all working together to do that, that's when we'll reach the level that you're looking for, Abby. And it's going to be an interesting journey, and we're going to work together, right? Infrastructure providers, Uber, Ripple, we're all going to work together on making this happen. But I think the vision of instant payments being cash substitution is excellent, and it's a real cultural driver for change.
Well, thank you, indeed. You've already mentioned Ripple, so let's move to Mr. Gupta, Naveen.
Thank you very much for that, Mark. And I think both hearing Abby and Paul, and I want to make 2 points, and this will be helpful. So as you know, at Ripple, we are a tech company where we have built a blockchain-based product which essentially connects 2 financial institutions and in turn all their customers together, right? And the way I think about it would be, today we don't talk about transfer of data. So for example, Mark has an email, Abby has an email, Paul has an email, and we don't talk about, hey, you know what? Will you be able to send me an email in this country? Or will you be able to send me an email when we are sitting next to each other? We just assume if you are able to type my Naveen at my email address, the email just goes, right? Irrespective of the distance between the two. So that is the nirvana movement we see, which we define as Internet of Value, when money is at that place where Mark's legit money, he's able to move across the world in an instant to any other store of value, exactly the way he does in terms of his data. So his data is stored on his phone and he's able to transfer on a WhatsApp to Naveen instantly the way he would want to. And for this to happen, the way we are thinking about it would be, there are 3 layers or elements to it. So the first layer is the tech stack needs to be there. So we are changing the plumbing, which has been built 50 years ago, batch-based, which takes 3 to 5 days for cross-border payments to happen, very high amount of friction and low on transparency, to something that is instant, no friction, and which essentially gives you pre-validation even before the payment goes through. So the tech stack needs to work, right? That we have already figured it out, and we know it works at scale, and a lot of institutions are using it. But the second part is building the ecosystem, and that's what Paul referred, right? To say, hey, you know what, you need to have enough people subscribing to the phone line or having need for an email so that we are able to transact between each other. And there will be 100 institutions, 500 institutions. As the number of institutions grow, then these institutions have a step change effect on each other as each one of them join. And then the third bit in there is interoperability. And I think this is something that is not talked about, but we should. So we don't think of new networks in isolation versus a traditional network. But what we believe is that new networks should be able to connect into old networks. So yes, legacy networks will require some kind of jerry-rigging like it happened in the internet world. The EDI world, which used to be pre-internet, should be able to connect with the internet world through some, of course, change, but the data should be transferable from one to another. Similarly, the world that we see is a MasterCard or a Visa network or a check network or a ACH network should be fully compatible with the new blockchain networks that we are building. And hence, we use an open source protocol called as Interledger Protocol, but there are a couple of others as well. And one of these protocols, like for internet, it's TCP/IP, needs to be there, which essentially becomes the standard for the networks to become interoperable. And this is quite key. So that's one side in terms of the stacks that we think about in terms of these 3 layers. The second part that we think about, which is less talked about in payments, but very important, is liquidity, right? So yes, payments is a mean of transferring the data, but underneath it, the liquidity needs to follow. We need to make sure Mark has good funds to pay into Uber. That's the only way the value will get transferred from ledger A to ledger B. And for that, what we do is we use open source digital asset called as XRP, which gets traded 24/7, 365 days a year in most countries around the world, which allows us to convert, say, for example, GBP into XRP or Kenyan shilling into XRP or Philippines peso into XRP, and then give it to Uber in its own currency by converting in a 24/7 exchange in the country where Uber is resident. And that essentially allows us to use XRP as a bridge, for example, in our stack, and to be able to move value from point A to point B instantly and make sure that the finality of the payment is there. Because the payment itself is no good if Abby after an hour realizes, hey, you know what, that was a fraud, or that payment was wrong and the value never got transferred, but I still was able to give free ride to a person X. Right, so we think about both these things. We think about building the technology stack and making sure that the liquidity is there in the send markets and the receive markets so that the value can actually be transferred from point A to point B.
Yeah. I understand the technology layer. So I'm pretty confident that we're able to get an ISO 20022 message from an ACH into the Ripple network and out the other end into the ACH. I'm a bit more concerned about the second bit. So actually achieving finality over that payment that starts somewhere in a card, goes through the Ripple network, and ends up on a bank account somewhere. So the central bank, Lajos, we see all this happening. So you have a challenge to, on the one side, achieving that security, that transparency, while accelerating or not, at least not stifling the innovation that's happening in this space. So how do you manage that balance?
Let's go one step back. So in the last hundreds of years, the central banks were responsible for keeping the confidence of the public in the banknotes or in the cash. In the last six decades, the central bank is responsible also for keeping the confidence in the electronic means of payments. And with these new instruments which are coming, so from the bank card, we are going to the mobile wallets and the blockchain and a lot of new technology, we still have the main responsibility to keep this confidence, because an average citizen doesn't understand what is going in the background. So we understand here, 4 of us or 5 of us, but most of the people do not understand what is coming. And a few years ago, when the PSD2 in Europe started to roll out and the instant payment system started to emerge, I didn't think that we will have a lot of work, what I see today. So I already mentioned that the central bankers, and especially those central banks which are integrated like the Hungarian central bank, where the supervision and the central banking functionality is merged, we have a lot of roles. I already mentioned we are supervisors. We supervise the payment instruments, for instance. We oversee the payment infrastructures. We try to develop the Hungarian payment sector. And we are also regulators, so we can issue regulations in Hungary, and we did it. So sometimes these kind of roles conflict with each other. And I think that in the last couple of years, these two phenomena, the PSD2 and the instant payments, which are triggering the changes in the European landscape and maybe in other countries as well. In the PSD2, what I have seen that the competition and the level playing field issue is somehow not harmonized. I am listening to the old traditional players complaining on the level playing field that the newcomers do not have to comply with a lot of rules, and the newcomers are complaining that the old traditional players are trying to keeping the status quo and they don't allow the newcomers to work smoothly. So this is an interesting discussion between the two different parts of the market. And I see as also responsible for the licensing of the newcomers that they are not used to this kind of rigorous procedures. You know, when they came to the Hungarian Central Bank and they gave us all the necessary documentations, it was not always perfect. So they needed a lot of help from the regulator and licensing authority side to make this live. So it was not so easy for them. And the old traditional players, I call the banks, which are the payment service providers traditionally, and they are the old traditional players. Of course, they have a business line in the payments, and they try to keep this business line. And we have heard how Transferwise, how Revolut, how Ripple, or other PayPal, they destroy the old business lines of the players. And therefore, I see, for instance, currently one major issue in this PSD2 regime, which is the open banking. So I see how difficult is open banking today in Hungary, and maybe it is true for Europe. So I see that the newcomers who are legally allowed to come to the market, they cannot come to the market because either technologically or administratively they see a lot of impediments. So this is our role. I think that we have to try to find a nice fair trade-off between the interest of the old players and the new players, because this will make the market vivid and this will bring in the end a lot of benefit for the end users. And this is what a good central bank can do. So for instance, what we have done, that we introduced, or we pushed the Hungarian banking sector to move into the instant payment field. And we also allowed the new players to come directly to the Hungarian central bank and to the instant payment scheme in Hungary.
Yeah, I've learned that. That's indeed very, very interesting. So looking at that technology side, I've heard Lajos say at the start that from a technology perspective, the five of us probably understand what's happening in all this space, but the actual end user is not. So, Naveen, how difficult has it been for Ripple to basically explain their model and their potential value from a technology perspective to the end users? Do you need to, or how is that conversation going?
Yeah. So I would think about two sides. So one is the end user is anyway happy, right? So let's assume today Mark is getting underserved, where either Mark or Mark's business today takes 3 to 5 days for your money to reach the beneficiary on the other side, or a lot of time your payments fail because they can't be pre-validated, or you have no transparency in terms of the FX rate or the final amount that will be delivered to the beneficiary. And the moment I tell you, hey, now this will be available to you, Mark says, wow, where do I sign? And that's what we have seen. We have seen a lot of institutions who are joining Ripple are challenger institutions. So these institutions either are challenging within themselves to say, hey, you know what, our old business model doesn't work and we need to cannibalize our new business model by giving Mark these new services, or these are challenger institutions in themselves who are looking to upset the status quo. So we don't have a B2C customer base. What we have is a B2B customer base, and these institutions then use our technology to essentially go out there and be able to deliver services to the individuals. So to the individual, it's a very easy one. To businesses, so now we are seeing an uptick in terms of SMEs as well, or e-commerce players for that matter. And what they see is a huge saving in working capital, because to a business, for example, if Mark Inc. is a business and you are invoicing your buyers on 30-day terms, and though they were to send money to you on 30 days, you get money on the 33rd day. So you have 10% of your working capital just tied in because it takes 3 days for you to receive the money. But now that you're able to receive money instantly, suddenly there is a 10% decrease in your total working capital requirement. And when we explain this to the central bank to essentially say, hey, just by increasing the velocity of money, exactly what they're trying to do in the domestic payment system, we are able to do it in a cross-border payment system. And you are able to get a higher growth rate because we are able to turn around money much more faster. Exactly. Think of money as inventory, and then you are churning into more cycles, and hence you are able to get a better GDP output or a better growth rate. They love it, right? And the other part that they love is that we work only with regulated financial institutions, because one thing central banks worry about is unregulated, unscrupulous actors essentially getting into the space which they are not able to manage. But once we are working with banks or PSPs who are already regulated by the central bank, they have already seen 10, 20, 30 years of performance and behavior from them, then they feel totally comfortable, because then they say, even if it's a new technology, what we are doing is we are empowering existing players to become better. And then, of course, the benefits to be passed on to the citizens or to the corporates whom the central banks serve anyway.
Okay, yeah. So Avi, is that indeed something that's important to Uber, that speed in transaction processing, or is there other technology that's driving your business?
So, I mean, I think one that I think is important to highlight, and is looking at it from the other side, but it just gives you a sense of when technology works and works well, what it can unlock. So you think about the typical earner. Most earners on the platform are very sort of day by day living, so to speak. I've sat across from earners on the platform who say, literally, I earn money in the morning, I take that money, I cash it out, and we're getting to that in a second. I go into the rental, I pay for the car, I then drive a little bit more to earn money for the petrol. I go and pay for the car again. And if your system goes down in the middle of that, I'm not able to drive for the rest of the day because I'm literally living, trying to sort of rent the car that I don't own yet. And at some point, they basically earn enough and then they actually go put a down payment down and earn a car. So we've seen people really who are not necessarily sort of have struggled with employment, and they use this as a way to sort of bring themselves back up. And all of this is possible because in around 2015, we had this idea to allow drivers on the platform who, you push a button, you get work. You're essentially on demand. It's on demand work. But you weren't able to get your money on demand. We used to transfer it in a lump sum every week to your bank via FTP files. Fast forward today, now a lot of banks offer faster payments, real-time RTP, etc. But then what we did is we actually leveraged Visa Direct and MasterCard Send. And so we would say to the driver, if you have a debit account, add your card on the platform and we'll get your money to you instantly. And this was magical. More than 70% of drivers will disperse their money in the US, 70%, via on-demand payments. It lets them go buy groceries. It lets them figure out buying petrol. It lets them pay for a flat tire. And this is just technology really coming into where that human rubber to road connect, right? Fast forward, like I said, to today, we've now been able to unlock on-demand payments to more than 50% of the driver population. And the reason we're able to do that is in India, you have UPI, fast rails. In the US, we're working with partners to do real-time payments. In LATAM, lots of markets, real-time payments. And from our perspective, we've been able in a lot of places just to do one integration, going back to the story I was talking about, with our banking partner. And we sort of integrate one time into Citi, and Citi basically does all these disbursements using that technology. So this is just an example of something I've seen that, firsthand, when we've seen drivers say to us in markets, I prefer cash, it's because I want money in my pocket at the end of that trip. And now you have money in your pocket. So just imagine what you could do with that if you extend that even further. I mean, licensing aside, I'd imagine a world where that cash out could go to something like Transferwise. We heard that earlier. And I could just send money to my family immediately. I could literally go drive and send money from the request that I got if I'm, we have a very large immigrant population around the world. So that just gives you an idea of something I've seen that really unlocks technology. But the other side I've seen is us also having to innovate to sort of, if you like, bridge or cross the chasm that we see today around the world. So I talked earlier about payments acceptance. The average payment method for us takes quite a bit of time to integrate, different APIs, different SDKs, different payment providers, different flows. So what we've done is actually built an API. We've essentially standardized those verbs, charge, auth, capture, etc. We've gone to the players and said, you integrate with us. And we've worked with a bunch of partners, around the world, in LATAM, eBanks, in Europe, Adyen, and we've been able to unlock 100 payment methods this year alone. So I'm just going to end with that. 100 payment methods globally, from sub-Saharan Africa to LATAM to the EU.
Incredible, incredible. I guess some of the challenge and the reasoning for some of the local flavors lies in our last angle of today for the topic, and that's regulation. So, Paul, we've heard that the Central Bank of Hungary is trying to maintain that balance between security and resilience. We see Uber having troubles with actually having all these different local flavors. You're an international company. How do you have that? What kind of conversation do you have with the local regulators, and how would you like to be supervised? Would you like to have a global supervision? How would you see that element going?
First of all, I think that, kudos to the Central Bank of Hungary, who have really run a process that has been predictable for everyone being a part of it. And I think that's one of the real big success factors. Because if you take a step back, what you really want to do by introducing instant payments is actually you want to change the behavior of how you pay and get paid. And that is sort of at the essence of it. And if you want to change behavior, that can only be done through sort of tapping into the culture in that country. So culture needs the regulatory oversight to be able to change the behavior of that country of taking those elements and using them. And in order for that to happen, you need innovation. What do you need in order for innovation to happen? Well, you need standards that you can base it on. You need to have the APIs. You need to have the ISO 20022. You need to have all of these elements in place that will actually be driving both the change in consumer behavior and how you deliver these services, but also the innovation that you need in collaborating on delivering these services together. So in essence, I would say the way that I think is a good regulatory oversight is to ensure that you understand the risks involved in the infrastructure that are there, but you ensure that people take responsibilities for the outcomes that are sort of exposing the risks of an infrastructure. And I think Hungary has been a front runner in doing this in order to place a very clear mandate on banks, on participants who want to take part as third parties in the ecosystem. And that's really the key to unlocking all of this potential. Then they can regulate to get the desired behavior and the change where you actually have uptake of transforming cash into instant payments. And you also have innovation that is taking place because you're basing it on standards. And our product that we've developed and delivered to in Hungary, that's been the basis for us all along, to ensure that we use standards that can be applied in Hungary, and then it can subsequently be applied in other countries, and other elements of that will follow that same path. So, I think regulation is needed, and the way it has been done in Hungary is really something to be looked carefully at, because it worked, it was predictable, and you see where we are today. The uptake is phenomenal, and it's being used to great extent. So,
super. Well, big praise for the Central Bank of Hungary there. Naveen, I can understand that you have got some different experiences with talking to regulators and central banks, being a cryptocurrency and having that interesting angle to it. I think we've got about 4 minutes left, so I'll try to fit in 2 more questions. So, Naveen, would you like to quickly elaborate a bit on your experiences with regulators and the conversation that you're having?
Absolutely. So I think CBDC is a good discussion because it is driving the regulator deepening its understanding about digital assets, right? So, and it doesn't matter it's XRP or Bitcoin or Ethereum or a central bank issued digital currency. The topic is right on the radar where the central bank needs to respond to it, right? So I think what this is creating is a place for education, place for all the stakeholders to come together and then say, hey, you know what, let's let innovation flourish, right? And within that, because we are working with regulated financial institutions, so for example, when we approach a central bank, we approach it along with the financial institution that they already regulate. The discussion becomes very easy because then what we are saying is, hey, either in a sandbox, if they have one, or in a limited capacity, let the remittance business or the proposition flourish, and then let the results prove itself. And our last message is, don't regulate the technology, but regulate the use case. So if you look at internet, email is totally valid, but selling drugs on the internet, of course, needs to be banned. So use cases or activities is where the regulation needs to come in. But if you regulate the technology, then a lot of good use cases like ours will essentially get banished. And central banks are very smart people, so they get it, and then we have had a very positive experience working with them.
Thank you. Lajos, do you have any final comments on that?
Thank you for the praise from Paul and Naveen. It was music for my ears to listen what you are saying. So really, I think that it's a responsibility for the central banks to follow what is happening on the market. And if we see any market failures, then we have to interrupt and we have to do something. And this is what we are doing in Hungary, that we try to follow. And since we are central bankers, we don't have the profit pressure on us. Therefore, we can look for 10 years or 20 years. We can have vision how to develop a system in a country or in a region, like in Europe. And then we can have proposals for doing this. I understand the market, that they are running for profit, so they can just think for 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and they are happy if they can survive. So therefore, there is a discrepancy between the approach of the central banks or the regulators and the market players. So I think that a good central banker always tries to keep the hand on the market and to follow it and try to help the market to develop.
Well, super. Apparently, you're doing a very, very good job, as Paul and Naveen talking about it.
I want to end with the note of people assuming that Uber's anti-regulation, or, I think we've had a fantastic relationship with the Dutch National Bank, and the EU is a very good model of how you can sort of come together, build once, and get it to work the same everywhere. I just hope that more countries and more regions look to the EU for what's worked and sort of take that model.
Collaboration is the key, as always. So that's great. The future is so bright. We better wear shades and collaborate.
Well, those are some perfect closing words. So I would like to thank all the panelists for joining us. I guess we have enough content for another 40 minutes, but unfortunately our time is up. So thank everybody, and I'll hand back to the speakers.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Mark, and all the members of the panel. That was indeed an informative discussion, and we did hear many fascinating aspects and opportunities, developments and experience of what's to come in payment infrastructure in the 21st century. And now, with our first panel discussion over, we'll soon be moving on to our next session focusing on cybersecurity. But first, we'll have a short break as we hear from some of our partners, but stay with us because we'll be back in about 3 minutes' time. Geopolitics, History, Economics. The book titled American Empire versus European Dream by György Matolcsy, the governor of the Central Bank of Hungary, has been released. Providing a broad perspective, it analyzes the process of how the American Empire became the world's #1 superpower. What motivations other major players in geopolitics had. How the European Union attempted to compensate the hegemon status of the American Empire. And how the European dream shattered at the dawn of a new world order. You can find the answers to these questions, as well as many important and topical issues, in György Matolcsy's new book,
which has already achieved international success. The book is available in bookstores or online, in the webshop of Paulos Athénné Publishing House or on Amazon.com.
Welcome back to our session on cybersecurity. As our next keynote speaker, I'm glad to introduce McAfee Fellow and Chief Scientist, Mr. Raj Samani. Raj is an acclaimed speaker and award-winning cybersecurity professional who has served as a CISO in the past, has assisted multiple law enforcement agencies in cybercrime cases, and is a special advisor to the European Cybercrime Centre in The Hague. Today, Raj will address the topic of COVID-19 and insider risk. Please welcome his keynote speech.
Well, thank you, and good morning. You know, 2020 has been a remarkable year. Many industries have suffered economically, but I think the one sector that probably hasn't suffered this year has been the area of cybercrime. And of course, the year didn't start off like this. In fact, you know, myself, I was actually stuck in hospital at the end of February, and I actually saw advertisements from multiple threat groups. And of course, we have to recognize that cybercrime is probably the only area of crime in which PR departments are actually employed. And threat actors actually came out with statements that they weren't going to go out and target specific sectors. In fact, 2 ransomware groups were very open and very public. And incidentally, ransomware groups actually understand the concept of real-time payments. But they were very public and said, we weren't going to go after healthcare. In fact, it kind of led us to believe that perhaps all of us, while we're trying to struggle around teaching our children mathematics at home because they're not at school, or worrying about where to buy milk, we kind of assume that the bad guys were also in the same position as us. And of course, round about the middle of March, we realized that actually that wasn't true. Now, what's occurred certainly throughout 2020 is the number of infections and really the volume of attacks that we've witnessed have been staggering. We're not talking about a revolution, we're talking about an evolution of attack. Almost every adversary, whether they're not particularly capable, just sending emails, to those that are really capable, that we'll get into in just a moment, have been leveraging and utilizing COVID as a vehicle to drive massive revenues. And be under no illusion, these are gigantic revenues. You know, from 2016 to 2019, the Gantt Crab crew claimed to have made $2 billion, which led them to actually retire. So there is no question that this is a gigantic challenge for all of us within society. And any preconceived notions that there is a Robin Hood element to this, I think has to be thrown out of the window. And of course, looking at the types of verticals that are being targeted throughout this year, certainly using COVID as a potential vehicle, we see governments, we see healthcare, and we see the financial sector in the top sectors being targeted throughout the year. Now, one of the main reasons that I think we're seeing profitability for adversaries going up is this construct of ransomware. you know, what started as a threat that was maybe targeting consumers and really only making maybe $300 to $400 per infection now is in the hundreds of thousands for average payments. And of course, for the financial sector, the demands are significantly higher. For large enterprises, it's not uncommon for us to see demands of up to $10 to $15 million per infection. And probably the most frightening part for any large enterprise is the fact that their ability to respond, their ability to be able to determine what's going on in their network has actually reduced significantly. We call this dwell time. In other words, the time from the initial infection to the point in which the organization or the business is effectively held hostage. And what historically used to be months or even weeks is now actually, I would argue, hours. In fact, in one particular case that we investigated, that dwell time was as little as 3 to 5 hours. Now, I want you to just consider that for a moment. In less than 3 to 5 hours, you not only have to identify the initial infection, you then have to respond and then mitigate the risk. How quick can organizations do that? Well, the reality is that the bad guys are innovating and they're getting better. And of course, this is all the backdrop of this construct of pseudo-ransomware as well. And for financial institutions, the risk is not necessarily we can't get access to our data, but compromising the integrity of their ability to be able to provide customers ability to access their money. And in one of the large banks that we had investigated, we quickly realized that the whole construct and the whole attack, which was believed to be ransomware, was nothing more than a smokescreen. In fact, in this particular instance, the objective of the adversaries were to go out and compromise the integrity of the payment platforms in an effort to steal money, which ultimately they were successful. But of course, the bank and their focus and the focus of their security teams was focusing around the encryption attacks because that was what was believed to be the ultimate objective of the adversary. And so we live in an environment and in a world in which this is an outsourced economy, and the ability to be able to obfuscate and the ability to be able to select any type of malware that they wish to use has become significantly easier. And of course, if we look at this year for 2020, whilst a lot of the focus has been around the volume of attacks that have been leveraging COVID, and we're awash with various different reports showing the percentage increase in malicious URLs or malicious SMS messages being sent to your customers, there's been some very capable adversaries that have also been hiding in amongst the noise. A really wonderful example that we have here was a group that we believe to be known as the Hidden Cobra Group, who are a nation-state government-sponsored threat actor. And now they're not just using emails to target their victims, but actually in this particular case, they're using social networks. Social networks that each and every single one of us depend upon. Those social networks that are actually under the control of our employees, not us. And by creating fake profiles, threat actors were able to, in effect, insert espionage-related malware onto victim computers. This ultimately allowed them visibility into some of the largest organizations in the world. And whilst the focus about certainly the cybersecurity industry has been around the volume of COVID-related threats, there's been very specific targeting of large enterprises and large organizations with the objective of growing or effectively carrying out international espionage and the theft of intellectual property within large organizations. And of course, the challenge that we face with regards to all of this is the fact that organizations and enterprises have no visibility of this because they're targeting the platforms that our employees use and depend upon. And of course, by using fake job offers as a vehicle to try to lure victims, employees aren't going to notify their employer and say, hey, I think I might have clicked on a malicious link or I might have opened a malicious file, because they don't want their employees to know that they're considering other jobs. And so this is innovation, research and development that we're seeing from threat actors. And I have to stress, this is successful, and they are successful at what they are doing just because they are able to invest in this particular area. And of course, this is not new. You know, this particular campaign known as North Star, we've seen as far back as 2019 as well as 2017. And as we analyzed our threat actors and as we analyzed the cybersecurity landscape, we have to improve because, quite frankly, the adversaries are improving as well. We see significant investment in developing new code, new tactics, and new techniques. Now, whilst the majority of the focus around cybersecurity looks at things like prevalence, in other words, the number of victims out there across the world, we have to recognize that there are threat actors that are operating and certainly improving throughout 2020 who remain completely hidden because they're so focused and so targeted. And so to kind of sum up how 2020 has been, we have to stress that the focus fundamentally across industry has been looking at things like the number of infections out there. But for large enterprises, and certainly those in the financial sector, it is important to recognize that there are very capable threat actors that are highly funded and highly resourced who are constantly innovating. My ask of this particular group and my ask of organizations across the world today, the most important thing that we can do is to understand and recognize our adversaries, because our adversaries are improving, our adversaries are getting better, and quite frankly, they are becoming successful because there's just so much noise out there. With that, thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope you enjoy the panel discussion.
Thank you, Raj, for your intriguing, very informative and often eye-opening insights. Ladies and gentlemen, in the continuation of the Infrastructure Summit, we shall be hearing a panel discussion now about the perspectives of data protection, the source of trust in the financial system. The moderator of this section is here with us in the studio. He will be, or he is, Peter Durajai, who is a director at PwC. After spending 20 years in the United States, Peter relocated back to Europe to lead the EMEA hub of PwC's Global Cyber Impact Center. Today, he is based in Budapest, Hungary. Peter, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introductions, and thank you, Raj, for the engaging presentation and for really sharing your insights on the impact of COVID-19 and the evolving threat landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to also welcome you to this year's World FinTech Festival. Our virtual panel is going to focus on data protection and really the source of trust in the financial system. Now, cybersecurity has become a subset or a foundation for a modern business. And at PwC, we have recently published our annual Global Digital Trust Insights survey. More than 3,000 business and technology leaders shared their views. And what we found is that financial institutions are really increasingly focusing on securing better customer experiences through advanced cyber defense and resilience capabilities. So we're looking to take a deeper dive into these topics. Let me introduce our four panelists. Mr. Ben Lindgren is the head of cyber resilience at PayUK. PayUK develops and maintains the payment systems and standards which really create the lifeblood for the UK economy. And Ben's technical and managerial information security experience has been gained through both consultancy and in-house roles. And Ben, if I remember right, this month marks the 20th year of you being in this field, security?
Yes, I'm starting to show my age now, and nearly 10 years with Pay.UK.
Great, Miles, and good to have you here. Welcome, Ben. Mr. Carsten Fischer. Carsten is the Chief Security Officer at Deutsche Bank. And in that capacity, in that function, Carsten is both responsible for both physical security and cybersecurity. And Carsten was part of the team that originally designed the strategy for the first, second, and third line of defense at the organization and has since taken on various leadership roles. And that includes running operations for security for several years. And operations is one of Carsten's passions as well. It's really great to have you with us, Carsten. Welcome.
Thanks, Peter. Yeah, good to have you.
Mr. István Lam. István is the CEO and founder of Transferwise. And István's academic work led to the successful establishment of the startup company, which he has been leading for coming up 10 years now, I believe. Now, obviously, since then, Transferwise has become an award-winning cloud security service which provides end-to-end data protection. So István represents a very unique perspective. So I'm really excited that you're able to join us here. Welcome, István.
Thank you, Peter.
And last but not least, Mr. Steve Brown. Steve is the Director of Cybersecurity at MasterCard, and he's the European lead responsible for the implementation and integration of MasterCard's cybersecurity framework, and that includes data breach detection and also the cyber risk assessment technologies related to all stakeholders. And it's really interesting because he has taken on this tough assignment in a new company at a very difficult time at the beginning of this year. So we look to hear from him. Good to have you here. Welcome, Steve.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks for the invite.
Now let's get started. I'd like for us to start with something perhaps a bit unorthodox here. It's been a challenging year. And Raj depicted a pretty realistic picture of the evolving threat landscape. And honestly, cybersecurity, the topic of cybersecurity strikes fear into most people. Incidents and criminal activities have been on the rise. Many of us have had personal losses. And this harsh reality has only been exacerbated by the rise of COVID. We all know this. But there's been many fun memories and also positives to take away. So where I'd like for us to start is let's go around, Ben, Carsten, István, and Steve, and share something positive or even fun from your past, if you will. Ben, let's start with you.
Oh, thank you for letting me go first there. Something fun. I think really with everything that's been going on in the last year, it's the opportunity to take joy and to think about the small things. It's you know, we have to look after ourselves, and it's about enjoying the opportunity of working from home has given me more time to spend with my children. So I'm going to take that as a positive for the year.
Great, and I agree with you. Thank you. Carsten?
Yeah, I think the way how we're working has fundamentally changed, and I do think that's positive. I have not really been somebody who's working from home. I think if I went on vacation that day, I sort of worked from home a couple of hours before I left. So that's not really working from home. So I found that a very good experience. The most funny thing I probably had was being in a video conference call, and then my son came in, who's 9 years old, hugging dad before he goes to bed. So I now understood that hacking your kids is socially accepted in the meanwhile in global conference calls, what I think is great.
It absolutely is. And it reminds me when my two younger sons came in when I had a conference call dressed in as Spider-Man and Hulk, and my coworkers keep asking for them. So absolutely the standards have changed. István, anything on your end you care to share?
Yeah, I joined the fatherhood early this year. Actually, it was RSA conference, and I couldn't go to the RSA conference because my little daughter was born earlier than expected. So that was that was my lost or not happened trip. Since then, I didn't travel. And I was basically home and enjoying fatherhood and being in the next door as a help for my wife, which is good, and I really enjoy that. And one story which came into my mind was actually I was in the middle of a discussion, and my wife said, oh, you really need to take care of your little daughter. You really need to do something. And I said, I cannot get out, and because I'm having a sort of conversation with someone. But I said, you really need to do this. And then, okay, I let her sitting in my lap, and the other person accepted that. I started playing with little toys on the other end to entertaining my little daughter. So that my daughter was sitting in my lap and enjoying the conversation. I mean, we had a serious conversation about something, and then you can see that little toys are coming into the picture from side to side, and you try not to smile during that.
Makes you wonder what daddy does for work, right? But this is actually, I can relate to this. When my third son was born, I took 2 weeks off only. I was living in California, traveling across the West Coast, and just didn't really have time. And a friend of mine, coworker, has the opportunity to take 2 months off. And what I told him is do it. Now is better than ever. So I agree with that. Steve, anything you could share?
Yeah, very similar, actually. It seems we have a lot in common on this panel. But I became a father in July, so the midst of a pandemic, and having a baby has presented its own challenges, but also presented its own opportunities. So the chance of spending more time with my family here. I'd only joined MasterCard in March with visions of, as their kind of European lead, traveling and meeting people and all this. And the furthest I've been is to my attic, where I currently reside. So, but that aside, it has presented challenges to us all in the cybersecurity profession, but it's also presented a great deal of opportunities as well. The emergence of new technologies, everybody becoming particularly au fait with Zoom or Teams or whichever platform it is, waking the rest of our organizations maybe from a technical or technology slumber and forcing that into people's lives, which for the majority of time has been a good thing.
Thank you. And Steve, let's stay with you for a minute. You're a very purpose-driven professional. I like to think of you as the collaborator in the community. And if we are to build trust in the financial system, how do you view your role and purpose in this journey?
Well, certainly, cybersecurity has been a huge part of my life for 17 years. Prior to joining MasterCard, I was an investigator for the UK's National Crime Agency. I worked within the National Cybercrime Unit, both on investigations and intelligence. So collaboration has really been a key part of my life and everything that my teams have been involved in throughout that process. And the evolution really, as we've seen, cybercrime, cybercriminals, nation states, as Raj touched upon before, as they've evolved, we've had to as well. We've had to develop our own techniques. We've had to develop our own relationships in very much the same way that cyber criminals have. And I see our role, even now mine at MasterCard and my fellow panel members here, and the same as I did in law enforcement, is that we're here to protect. We're here to protect our companies. We're here to protect our customers and prevent cyber attacks. We need to try and protect them in the very first place, but prevention is better than cure. So what technologies, what investments can we make in our companies, in our people, and certainly work with our customers to be able to prevent cyber attacks from happening? So if you think way back, well, not that far back actually, but financial services and the financial sector used to be about protecting customers' money. That was all you were charged with, really, and providing them access to it when they wanted, whether that was them building physical walls higher, ensuring that there were entry and exit systems that were secure within banks on the high street. But now it goes a lot more beyond that, and even beyond just purely the transaction space as well. This is about how we protect more than their money. It's about how we protect their data. That's as valuable, if not more valuable, to our customers than their money is, because without your identity, you can't be anybody, and other people can then take advantage of that through identity theft, using it for money laundering or terrorist financing and many others. So we now need to include data. We now need to provide a secure environment for our customers to operate in, so that they feel safe, so that they feel they can put their trust in us and they can put their trust in the technologies that we try and implement. And how we do that, through the defining and improving of our standards as a community. This can't be done in isolation. This needs to be a community-driven project. to be able to improve those standards to try and ensure some form of parity and try and get ahead of cyber criminals. So I see that very much as my role. I always have and hopefully always will.
Great, thank you for sharing. And Ben, think of you as the ambassador. Would you mind sharing your role and purpose and what drives you?
Yes, so within Pay.UK, we run the UK's retail payment systems. So that's backs faster payments. So online banking, we're the conduit that enables banks to make payments between themselves. And so we're very much, as Steve was saying, it's all about the ecosystem. It's about working together and ensuring that as a whole, we provide that security and stability that allows end customers to have confidence that the payments they make will get to where they need to go and will be made correctly. So as part of our role, it's about making sure that everyone in the ecosystem is working together, that we have robust controls, that we have robust standards. And I think the changing element with the financial sector at the moment is that it's getting much bigger. It's not just your traditional banks now. There's a growth in new technology companies that are coming in. There are more ways to make payments. There are different ways. And it's about making sure that any of the existing systems are flexible enough and secure enough to enable those things to take place and allow innovation to happen in the systems and enable new ways to come along that make it easier and safer for people to make payments.
Thank you. And cybersecurity is such a demanding and dynamic field. I think we have to be purpose-led to stay in it for decades and be successful. Now, as the pandemic continues, digital transformation has really helped firms adapt earlier. And whatever comes next, digital transformation will continue to play a really strong key role in it, likely adding more personalized anytime, anywhere services for our customers. István, in your opinion, who has been leading the digital transformation? Is it the CEO? Is it the Chief Technology Officer? Maybe COVID? Bad guys? Someone else? Something else? You might be on mute.
You are absolutely right. I'm sorry about that. So, digital transformation is I think is pushed by the customers, by the market. So that's the demands for more demand to deliver a better service to the customers, a cheaper way to deliver those services. So it's what we see. It really depends on the company itself. Some companies are really realizing and coming from the CIO parts as well. Sometimes it's coming from more the business part, but certainly the COVID did the last push. So that COVID, whoever was the driver earlier, COVID helped that driver and gave that last push. And the interesting question, so that this accelerated speed of adaptation of the certain digital transformation will be that, okay, how we'll able to do that, meeting the standards and meeting the security requirements certain organizations set up earlier. So they're not jumping on something they're not completely comfortable with, especially banks. There, for instance, cloud technology was, a lot of banks are saying, no, we will not go to the cloud. We're not using cloud technology, especially certain areas like core banking things. There is a big pushback, but recently this pushback started to ease up. That this is what we see, that it's these companies became more open because there's a push that COVID gave that and that acceleration. What I try to say here, that while this rush is happening, we should not forget that there is a reason why there are certain rules and regulations inside an organization or inside an industry. So that, for instance, in banking, and whenever technology is being chosen with digital transformation, cybersecurity should be paramount. It should not be an afterthought in this consideration.
Thank you, István. Those are really interesting points. And speaking of complex organizations, I'm sure, Karsten, you have an angle on digital transformation and who's been driving this, so we'd be very interested in hearing your thoughts as well.
I have no clue why you think about Deutsche Bank being a complex organization, but we'll leave that for a different one. Yeah, building on what István said, I think our personal life has changed with digitalization and COVID as well. So COVID pushed that digitalization. I mean, the fact that we're now all on video here rather than in a room somewhere in Budapest tells you a story. And I think that's for banking as well. The digitalization will help. I know people think about digital and cloud as being an evil. I do think as cloud and digitalization as some sort of being an opportunity for us. I mean, think about one thing. If in the past 20 years or last 25 years, we have worried about how we can make sure that we get our on-prem environment as secure as possible. We've invested billions to make it secure. And we've always thought about, wouldn't it be great if somebody comes along and offer that out of the box as a secure opportunity and as a secure service? And here we are, and look at cloud. I mean, if you look at the investments that the cloud providers do as part of their business model, that is by far more than we have spent in the past individually. So that gives a great opportunity from a financial perspective. I do think the challenge we will have over time, though, is then to explain that properly, explain that to our clients, why we think that's a secure environment, and especially explain that properly together with the cloud providers to the regulators. I don't think that regulators in itself would push back and saying, no, cloud mustn't happen. But obviously, they have a big interest to better understand why is that as secure as your on-prem environment, or why is that maybe even more secure than our on-prem environment. So I think our job is now to use that, to sort of use that opportunity that we've been given, not only by COVID, but with COVID as well, in pushing digitalization, pushing cloud, and making sure that we get our clients and our regulators onto that journey. And it's not like we're the first one doing that. I mean, a lot of financial institutions are on the cloud already, and a lot of other companies are as well. And we are all comfortable in sharing our data in the cloud. So I do think that's a big opportunity for the whole market.
Karsten, you just opened up Pandora's box here. I was looking at both Steve and István nodding. Ben, not so much, because I think you just became 5 years older a minute ago. But Steve, I really wonder, anything you'd like to share? We talk about digital transformation now, cloud adoption, and we are seeing still some resistance, especially if you look at the budget and where spending goes. What are you seeing here? Anything you'd like to kind of reflect on?
I think we're just seeing opportunity, but we're seeing opportunity both from our company's perspective, for our customers' perspective. So ease of access, the innovation behind new payments. You know, it's almost like contactless is now like the archaic solution. It's now, you know, we're moving on even further into tokenization and the like. But it's also providing those opportunities again for criminals. They will always evolve to whatever opportunity there will be out there. So whether that's if we move to as people move to cloud and there's an increase in speed, then we see an amplification of speed and scale of cyber attacks. So attack automation or speed of computation and their communication, because they are learning as quickly as we are. They almost, you know, they're conducting their own debriefs when there is law enforcement interdiction or private industry action that brings down their infrastructure. They take it away, they debrief it, and they look at how they can come back harder. We see the fact that now, as Karsten mentioned, we're all working from home. That means a wider attack surface as well. So adoption of new technologies by industry and the scale up of IoT devices and systems is great, and it brings new technology into our lives. It makes, you know, our, you know, shopping. We're all coming up to Christmas now, so it makes shopping a lot easier. We don't have to go to the high street. But it also then brings those vulnerabilities. So it's incumbent on us, again, as cybersecurity professionals, to be able to articulate, to educate not only our own companies, our own customers, but, you know, friends and relatives and everybody. You know, our job never stops, really, does it? So whilst, you know, it brings a lot of opportunity for the good, it also brings some for the bad. So we need to be cognizant of that.
No, thank you. And this conversation wouldn't be complete without Ben, you weighing in, giving your perspective as well on what's been heard. So if you don't mind, just briefly, if you could provide your perspective, that would be great.
I think the things that Carsten was saying were absolutely right about cloud. It does provide great opportunities. I think my only note of caution would be that cloud isn't ubiquitous. There are different cloud providers. They've got different qualities. And I think as an organization, you need to make sure that you understand your own processes and understand what you want to achieve and take the right risk-based approach when getting those cloud services to make sure that you get what's needed, because there are very different capabilities out there. And I think the more that you understand what you want and the better that you can manage that, like you would manage any supply chain, then the better result you will get out of cloud. But certainly the scale of the large cloud providers, that the work that they can put into securing those systems is something that I think the vast majority of organizations should look into, because they can hopefully get good savings and get a more secure environment to work in.
Thank you. Now, taking your thoughts forward, so we've seen a seismic shift towards permanent remote work, and Carsten, you touched on that. Greater flexibility for all of us. I'm probably the only one wearing a jacket, shoes right now, but I'm not going to ask you to stand up. However, it also opened up more potential for new cyber threats. Now, chief security officers are expected to safeguard the company's sensitive data and critical assets. And executive leaders require chief security officers to both secure the day-to-day needs of critical complex infrastructure and also shepherd the actual needs of the digitalization plan. So it's both operational in a way and transformational, the leadership that's required. So as you figured, Carsten, my question is to you, how do you see the role of chief security officers in this accelerated digital transformation and day and age that we live in?
I don't think it would be fair to say more important, but I would probably start with saying more important. But for a reason, and I want to build on something that Ben said. You talked about risk-based, Ben. I would probably say I would like to talk about threat-based. And that will then probably also explain why the Chief Security Office is an important part of the overall organization. I do think we need to start looking at, we're talking about the opportunities, but obviously the downside of the opportunity is the threat. So if we look at the cyber threat and then we try to translate what that means to us, and I think that's the role of the Chief Security Officer. Translate to the organization, what's your threat? If you're not doing any payment, very unrealistic in a bank, but if you don't do any payment, then any payment threat is irrelevant to you. But if you are in the payment business, then that's probably the most important threat you need to look at. And then you need to be prepared for that. And then you need to align your whole organization, all your measures, all your controls, all your standards need then to be sort of mapped against that threat. And to be honest, being selfish here, but who's better suited to explain threat than the Chief Security Officer? So that's why I do think we are in the middle of that. We're part of that journey. But again, that's to what I said earlier. It's our job to get people with us on that journey. And in that regard to threat, that means being properly able to explain why this is a big threat to the organization and why that would then translate to a big risk and potential losses. Because obviously we are also asking for a lot of investments on the other hand. And that's something that we need to balance in the future much better than, I wouldn't say much better, but much more than we've done in the past, I think.
Thank you. Now, Ben, given that Carsten actually referred to you as well, in your perspective, how do you balance regulatory requirements with the need to reduce risk, which may not always be exactly the same, and the threat aspect that Carsten just mentioned, this complexity?
I think the important thing is to realize that they're all changing. And as security professionals, as security functions, we're here to support our relevant businesses. And Carsten's absolutely right with regards to the threat and the way that threat environment is changing. It's maturing in some ways, and in a similar manner as the way that the regulatory requirements are updating and they're evolving to change to reflect changing views in the marketplace. So as security professionals and organizations, we need to reflect that these systems are changing and we need to respond to it. We can't assume that everything remains static. So whether we're looking at it from a threat-based process or even from a more traditional risk-based process, things aren't static. Something that is a well-managed risk, well-known risk today, due to a change in the threat landscape, may actually become a risk that is out of appetite tomorrow. And I think the organizations that best understand that and can look at the future trends and look how things are going, they're in a better position to be able to both deal with those threats and also support the business and help the business perform in the way that it does. When considering risk, most businesses wouldn't want a zero appetite to risk. It would make it very difficult to do the business.
Right.
And at the end of the day, security is about supporting the business and supporting the risk appetite that your organization has.
No, thank you. And this is really interesting. We're talking about threats, and the keynote started with that as well. And Steve, given your background, it's not just threats, but threat intelligence and sharing it. So when it comes to sharing all this information in this ecosystem, any leading practices, anything we should look out for?
Yeah, I mean, well, collaboration is key, really. So the importance of building and maintaining relationships when everything's going well, I think, is key. So you've got those, ingrained, but both from a personal level, a professional level, but right across your company and industry. And I've been fortunate enough, certainly in law enforcement, to be, members of certain groups and work with different agencies, but important as well to leverage academia and leverage the private industry as well. Now it's about how we can quickly share that intelligence and ensure its reliability. It's very much a case of, if I've got information, if I've got intelligence that I want to be able to share with the community, yeah, it's great to get it out quickly, but I want to ensure that that's accurate, because I don't want people acting upon something that, isn't provenanced, isn't corroborated, because, that diminishes my credibility personally and certainly that of my company. So again, important to have a dual source of your information, and certainly to talk things through, ensure that you're humble and you possess enough humility to be able to talk through your bad practices as well. Things that you've learned the hard way, if you've been victim of a cyber attack or a data breach, I think that would give you more credibility. And I look back on some of my times when I worked in the US, when I sat across from CISOs of Target or OPM or some of the other major victims of cyber attacks there. And that's where I learned the most, from those people who were humble enough to be able to share what they did wrong. Everyone can talk about what they do right or what they perceive that they're doing right, but how can we learn those practices within the community? And that's really about trust, and it's about creating those relationships on a sunny day. You don't want to be trying to run around when it's raining and the world's kind of caving in. So that would be my top tip, is to have those relationships, create them on a sunny day rather than a rainy one. And
do you see that the type of information that's being shared, not just IOS's indicators of compromise, but even how criminals are moving laterally, some of this lesson learned, are they shared appropriately and sufficiently, or you think there may be an opportunity there? There's always room for improvement as far as TTPs and the like. There are plenty of vendors, plenty of threat intelligence companies out there that can share 1 million TTPs, and you can get that kind of information. But knowing about what motivates criminals, knowing about the particular vulnerability that you may have been susceptible to, and again, being humble enough to share that with your peers, is what will provide you with that kind of credibility, hopefully provide you with that credibility within the community, because no one wants to learn the hard way from mistakes that other people have made. So the more that they can take on board from yourself, then hopefully when it's their turn to maybe
share something with you, then they will do.
Agree. Now, this is 2020, and resilience is perhaps an overused term, but very important. So resilience in cybersecurity comes down to the ability to anticipate, withstand, and recover from adverse events. As the head of resilience, Ben, what does it really come down to? What's critically important around building strong resilience capabilities?
I think I'm going to sound like a stuck record, but again, it's understanding your business. If you don't understand your business and don't understand what is critical to your business, then it's very, very difficult to be resilient. So that also looks at concepts such as impact tolerances. How long can certain processes or capabilities of your business be out before it causes you major issues? You need to understand those, you need to plan for it, and then as you mentioned, resilience is about being able to recover from a breach or from an issue. But I think the important thing is testing that. And it goes back to a similar point as to Steve made about making good connections on sunny days. You want to test these things before you actually have a real incident. And you want to make your tests as realistic as possible. I think traditionally, certainly in some of my previous organizations, when you do a disaster recovery test, you would make sure that everything that could be there in place before the test was there. So nobody would have holidays. You would make sure that everybody was in. Unfortunately, the real world isn't like that. When you have a major issue or an incident, it's likely at 5 o'clock in the evening on a Friday. Before a holiday weekend, you'll have key people out. How do you react and respond with those key people out? You can't just expect that all of your go-to people will be in the office. What will do you have alternates for key roles? Do they understand their roles? And the more that you can test in those types of circumstances, then the better that you'll be able to perform when a real incident does actually happen.
Thank you. And István, I'd be really interested to hear your views around this, which may be more specific to cloud and encryption, but when it comes to resilience and having similar conversations with companies.
Yeah, I mean, resilience, I think what Stephen and Ben said, that the best time to fix the roof is when the sun is shining. But I think now we can easily say that the sun is not necessarily shining, but we still need to fix a few things, so that we need to move on and fix those problems. But it's also that we need to rely on an earlier infrastructure. What I want to point out regarding to I think the technologies and the cloud, more specific problems. And I think in cybersecurity there is a problem of having reactive technologies and also that building something for proactive protection. I'll just give you an example. If you are realizing that someone is wiretapping your phone line with the old PST and phone lines, then you can do reactive actions. But then came encryption, and that's basically a proactive way that preventing wiretapping. And what I try to say that in a lot of cases, proactive sort of investment in cybersecurity is not done. The technologies are more reactive, that they try to fix the problem when it occurs, and not try to build an infrastructure which is necessarily proactively preventing things. And what I just give you an example. I mean, what I see in the cloud, what we are doing is cloud encryption, and it's cloud encryption is a proactive technology, so that they try to prevent problems through not exposing the data to a third party, and the third party to access that data. And what we see that these technologies basically can convince even conservative buyers. And sometimes the creating a proactive technology or proactive protection helps to build trust, which is essential to rely on a certain technology. What I try to say that when it comes to cloud, as me being a cloud vendor or running a cloud vendor company, for me, in order to succeed in convincing more and more companies to go to the cloud, I need to be able to convince the CISOs, the security professionals, and everyone else that this can be trusted. And what I see that basically the cloud needs to earn the trust, and there are ways to earn that. There are technologies to do that. Obviously, that these technologies need to be used in combination of with knowing the risk and knowing the processes, what Ben pointed out, that it cannot live without that. And that's where we're connected, where the vendor and someone who's running the organization, you guys, we are connected, because you know that how your organization function, what are the risks and what are the things. We vendors are coming with certain solutions, certain things, but this is the collaboration. I think Stephen pointed out that how we can work together.
Absolutely. Absolutely, and I know that this could make for a longer conversation as well, and Kristo referred to this a little bit, but just in the interest of time, as we wrap up the conversation, what would be interesting, but really, let's make it short. If you kind of go around, I think our audience is always interested in seeing around the corner, what's coming in 2021, what may be some of the trends, but we have to keep it somewhat short. So maybe Kristo, starting with you, any nuggets of wisdom that you'd like to share around this?
I do think that's probably not that rocket science, and we talked about that earlier today, and Raj did that especially. I think we will definitely see that especially ransomware attacks will become even more sophisticated. They will, as Steve said that earlier, they will be quicker than we are in developing new methods in using all of that. So that's why probably I would build on what Steve said earlier. Let's make sure that we use those sunny days, if we have them, to build relationships and share, because I do think that this is the only way how we can protect ourselves for those, to maybe be able to avoid those super rainy days.
Great, sounds good. Steve, anything to add to it?
Yeah, well, just further to that, I think certainly the leverage by ourselves, but also then by criminals of AI, as they look to kind of automate reconnaissance, look at quicker and more secretive ways of intruding our networks, the ability to move laterally across them, all then feeds into a huge point that we keep touching upon here, and that is about our resilience. It's about practice. It's about building your company's response into the muscle memory. So it's no use just having a playbook. It's about going through that over and over, plan and practice, know your business continuity plans, know your protocols, know your procedures, know who to call. Is one of the big key things that certainly I learned in law enforcement. One of the big messages I always wanted to convey then to speaking with CISOs, speaking with cybersecurity professionals as I move forward, was plan these things, practice them over and over again. That would be my kind of top tip.
Thank you, Steve. And I'm conscious that we're running out of time, and I think you basically summarized most of the key points that we covered today. So I wanted to thank first Raj and all of our panelists for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here with us today, share your insights. I think we could talk for hours on this topic, but I'm really hoping that in the new year we get to actually do that in person. So thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks for having us.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Peter, and thank you to all the gentlemen in the panel. I think we truly could have listened to this for a much longer period of time. Truly very informative perspectives and an insightful discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be taking a short break as we hear from our partners, and we'll be back in 3 minutes' time as we continue with a very special part of today's program.
Azt gondolom, hogy ez az épület mondjuk az ország egyik legjelentősebb műemléke.
A régészeti ásatásnak az eredményei adtak arra reményt, hogy esetleg el lehet dönteni. Tényleg itt volt a középkor óta a városháza, úgyhogy a kihívás az abszolút megvolt.
Az épület megújításával kapcsolatosan alapvetően 3 feladatunk volt. Az egyik feladat az egy műemléki rekonstrukció, a másik nagy feladatcsoport az volt, hogy a 21. századtól elvárható technikai berendezések, gépészet hogy kerüljön úgy be ebbe a házba, hogy a lehető legkevesebbet lásson ebből utána egy látogató. És a harmadik feladat az pedig mondjuk az épület bővítése volt.
Az ország egyik legemblematikusabb területének legemblematikusabb épülete újjászületik, ez valóban egy nagyon fontos szimbólummal és jelentőséggel bír.
A földszint és a pinceszint az mindenki számára megnyitott, turisták, városlakók számára megnyitott, gyakorlatilag közönségforgalmi terekből fog állni, és az emelet, illetve a tetőtér, az pedig olyan részben oktatási, részben reprezentatív előadótereket fogad be, amelyek mondjuk a nagy közönség elől zártak vagy ellenőrzött terek.
A 21. században rendkívül fontos szerepe és jelentősége van a tudásnak, a kreativitásnak és az innovációnak. Az egyik legfontosabb cél, hogy egy olyan oktatási tudásközpont jöjjön létre a Szent Háromság téren, amely valóban az értékekről, az értékteremtésről, az értékőrzésről és a tudásmegosztásról szól.
Is it a dream or reality that captivates me with its beauty? Since we arrived, I feel closer to life. The whole world is open here. And we look for the same things over and over again. the book of our lives gets filled with story. Spice of Europe, Budapest.
Geopolitics, History, Economics. The book titled American Empire versus European Dream by György Matolcsy, the governor of the Central Bank of Hungary, has been released. Providing a broad perspective, it analyzes the process of how the American Empire became the world's #1 superpower, what motivations other major players in geopolitics had, how the European Union attempted to compensate the hegemon status of the American Empire, and how the European dream shattered at the dawn of a new world order. You can find the answers to these questions, as well as many important and topical issues, in György Matolcsy's new book, which has already achieved international success. The book is available in bookstores or online, in the webshop of Panelists Publishing House, or on Amazon.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now give the floor over to the Centre for Finance, Technology and Entrepreneurship and the Budapest Institute of Banking for a very special 1.5 hours, which will include an award ceremony and the official launch event of payments in digital finance specialization.
Welcome to the official launch of payments in digital finance at the Singapore FinTech Festival. This is great to have all of you here with us today, joining from so many different countries. I am here physically in London, in the offices of CFT, The team at BIP is presenting from Budapest, and our speakers are joining from more than 10 countries, from Cambodia to the US, from Belgium to the UAE. I am Huy Nguyen Trier, co-founder of CFT, and I will be today's master of ceremony. Today's event is all about the fastest growing sector of financial services, and that is payments and digital payments. Let me share with you just two numbers to illustrate the importance of payments today. It's 0 and 50%. 10 years ago, the top 10 largest financial institutions in the world were all banks. There was 0 payment companies. It's 0. Today, there are only 5 banks left. The 5 other companies are payment companies and platforms like Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, Ant, and Tencent. This is 50%, from 0 to 50 in 10 years. And that's why the topic of today will be about payments, and the 2 hours will be really packed. First is the launch of the online specialization, Payments in Digital Finance, jointly developed by CFT and BIP. Then we'll have a fantastic panel composed of the National Bank of Cambodia, Libra, MasterCard, Standard Chartered, who will give their views on who is really transforming payments. Then we will have the awards for the future of payments, where we will announce the game changers in the category of company, regulator, and individuals. And finally, we will have a Q&A to make this section as interactive and engaging as possible. Depending on whether you are joining directly from the platform of Singapore FinTech Festival or the Zoom platform, you should be able to ask questions in the system. So please submit questions during the event, and our team will collect from the different systems, and our speakers will answer them at the end. Before moving on to the speakers, I would like to make a big thank you to the great institutions that have endorsed today's event. The FinTech Association of Hong Kong, the FinTech Alliance, the Banking Association for Central and Eastern Europe, Future Now, the Association of Serbian Banks, EFIS, My Conference, the Association of Vietnamese Scientists and Experts, Talk Portal, Rohanil Digital, the British Embassy of Budapest, and Pantera Solutions. It is now my great pleasure to introduce Gergely Fabian, Executive Director at MNB, the Central Bank of Hungary, and CEO of the Budapest Institute of Banking. We will then have Käärmann Nguyen, co-founder of CFT and ambassador of the Singapore FinTech Festival. Up to you, Gergely.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Huy. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the official launch of the Payments in Digital Finance specialization. My name is Gergely Fabian, and I have been running the Budapest Institute of Banking, BIB in short, since the establishment. BIB is the educational arm of the Magyar Nemzeti Bank, the Central Bank of Hungary, and the Budapest Stock Exchange. We are committed to help people upskilling in the financial sector and beyond. From traditional banking courses, such as risk management and compliance, to courses on digital finance and sustainability. Fun fact, actually, the Payments in Digital Finance specialization was born during the Singapore FinTech Festival in 2019. Inspired by the festival, on a food court meeting with Käärmann and Huy, the founders of CFT, we decided to create it and launch this course on the 2020 edition of the Singapore FinTech Festival. Sadly, we couldn't travel to Singapore this year. I'm right now in Budapest. However, the bright side is that Budapest can present itself to the world of digital finance. Now, I will give the floor to Käärmann in London.
Thank you very much, Gergely, and welcome from London. On behalf of CFT, I'm delighted to welcome you to the launch of the Payments in Digital Finance at the Singapore FinTech Festival. Let me first introduce you to CFT. CFT was started 3 years ago in London and was initially designed for people like me. In other words, people in traditional finance with no knowledge of technology or who feel that they are missing on the revolution happening in the industry. Since then, we have grown into a global platform where we've trained tens of thousands of professionals, and today we are glad to be in Singapore, Hong Kong, Abu Dhabi, Luxembourg, and we are delighted to have a close relationship with Budapest Institute of Banking. And today, it's much more than just professionals in financial services, but also we are having on our platform fintech entrepreneurs, regulators, and even new graduates. The core of CFT is for the industry, by the industry, which is why all our courses are designed and taught by industry practitioners from the most innovative banks, fintech startups, regulators, or investors. It would be too long for me to list all our programs, from artificial intelligence to entrepreneurship with Revolut or Uber. And if you would like to know more, I would invite you to check and to go on our website, cft.education. Today, it's a very special day for many reasons. This is the 5th year in a row that CFT is associated with Singapore FinTech Festival. And the idea itself of CFT was born 4 years ago at the first SFF, thanks to the very inspirational messages of Ravi Menon and Sotmandu Mohanty. And as Gagali mentioned, this is also in Singapore. A year ago, that we discussed about how quickly payments were changing and that most people did not have a basic knowledge of how payments worked, let alone how they were evolving. And that's how this online specialization course started. And between the original idea and what it has become, I could say that it has exceeded our wildest expectations. As the team dived into the topics of payments, as the program directors talked with hundreds of experts around the world, we realized the breadth and the depth of this topic. And this is why, over the past few months, it became bigger and became a series of 6 courses with 30 experts and thousands hours of work. We will talk much more about payments today, and I will leave people much more qualified than me to discuss these topics. And I'm sure you will enjoy the session very much, and like me, you are also keen to discover who are the winners of the awards. Let me finish by hugely thanking Budapest Institute of Banking for their great partnership, the program directors for the incredible work the past few months, all the speakers for their amazing insights, all our partners for their support, and of course, all of you for being part of this conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gagali and Käärmann. The specialization was led by 2 program directors, Fabian van der Rijt and Gabor Dalnoki. Fabian is advisor of Abu Dhabi Global Market, and Gabor is head of service management at Gyro. They will be interviewed by Niha Roca, who's program manager on the specialization. We will have Fabian speaking from Belgium, Gabor from Hungary, and Niha from London. Up to you, Niha.
Thank you, Hui. And hello, everyone. It is lovely to be here at the event with you. And it is my pleasure to welcome both the program directors, Fabian and Gabor, to this virtual stage and hear from them. To begin with, Fabian, please can you introduce yourself, followed by Gabor.
Hello, I'm Fabian van den Rijt, Senior Advisor at Abu Dhabi Global Market and Co-Program Director of the CFT Specialization Payments in Digital Finance.
Hello, my name is Gabor Dalnoki. I work at the Hungarian ACH Gyro, And I am also, along with Fabian, the co-program director of this fantastic new course, Payments in Digital Finance. Thank you for joining us today of the launch of this brand new group of courses.
Thank you very much. It's great to have both of you on board, and we'd like to hear more from both of you about how and why this course is relevant today and what is changing in the industry that has led to this. So my first question for you is, how and why is payments digitally transforming today? Fabian, if you'd like to go first.
Well, I think today we obviously live into an acceleration of everything that is digital because of the pandemic we're going through. But it's actually making things faster, but there's already a trend since some time in the adoption of digital payments, and there are many sources. I'm sure Gabor will add to that as well, but one of the sources, of course, the surge of e-commerce and the need for cheaper, faster, more integrated payments. There's also a lot of regulation that have been put in place in payment, leading to open banking, but also leading to instant payments. These are a few of those trends. Maybe Gabor can, of course, elaborate also on that in his role.
Yes, I agree. Nowadays, payments are undergoing an accelerating transformation and getting more and more complex at a speed that we have never seen before. And while payments are getting better by ever improving on its traditional metrics, the most important catalyst of this change is the digitalization of the economy of our lives. So when the advent of the smartphone in 2007 happened, this has fundamentally changed the expectations. It's always on, always connected, instant and everything. And that is also happening in our industry. And we are all familiar with this concept. So by now, the digitalization has touched almost every corner of the economy, and so payment is the main accelerator to this process. And also the technology become cheaper, more efficient, and more accessible and standardized. So how can it happen that still the cash is in the dominant payment methods in all over the world? So we are working on changing that.
Yeah. And of course, we saw lots of initiative, and we see lots of initiative in every country adopting instant payments in Europe, in Asia, and all over the place. We see also initiative at continent level, like in Asia and in Europe. And I think the next wave also that is happening is everything that is related to international payment, which today still remains, let's say, less automated and slower than what you can achieve in domestic markets. And we see a lot of regulations, a lot of proposals coming from different bodies to improve international payments.
Thank you. That was very interesting insights. And we heard a lot about, a lot of changes happening in the industry right now and a lot of developments to come in the near future. So as program directors of the specialization, could you share a few words about why it's important for all of us to learn about payments right now? And Fabian, if you could share first.
Well, I think there's so many things happening, like we just said. And when we prepared the course with Gabor, we looked at all the different forms of payments, all the infrastructures, all the technologies, all the regulations. And we are both payments veterans, if I can use that word. And we were even overwhelmed by the quantity of new things that is happening every day and that you need to know. So we put ourselves in the shoes of people who either work in banks or in tech companies or regulators and are just interested to understand what's happening. You can't do that by just focusing on one aspect of payment. You have to have an overview of everything because everything is kind of linked to each other, the technology, the business model, the regulation. And yeah, if you want to be part of it, you need to understand all that. That's why that course is so welcome.
Yes, and I truly believe that the payments is one of the least covered discipline in the formal education. So earlier, you typically learned payments by doing it, and therefore we have seen very well educated people in this business, but mainly in older age. But with the speed of this development, what we are just living, then we have to focus also on the new possible methods, and payments is probably one of the most important service what we use every day. It let us get on with our everyday life, and there is one aspect, and the other aspect is that we also have people who do not really want to make payments. They just want to get it happen. And in order to serve them, to help their wish to happen, to make it invisible, frictionless, and hassle-free, therefore we try to help not only finance people, but also corporate people to get along with the new possibilities in payments.
Thank you. And it would be great to hear from you about the specialization itself. So in just a few sentences, if you could share about why someone should take this specialization curated by CFT and BIP.
They can expect breadth and depth of the content. It covers a lot of things, and it covers them with appropriate depth. And it's also covered by people from the industry who actually work in payments every day. And I think that's what's making the difference.
Yeah, who starts to learn in this specialization, then they will be familiar the latest technologies applied in the payment industry, or the regulation landscape, and the fast-changing business models. And this can be a basis for a digital transformation, which is building upon the new developments in payment industry.
Thank you. I think that gives us all quite a good insight into why we should learn about payments right now. And just to finish off this discussion, would you have any last words to share with our audience? Gabor, if you'd like to go first.
Yeah, so you never know what the future holds, but we definitely should aim to achieve more than what we think is possible. And we should definitely develop also the knowledge and the possibilities in payments. So after 13 years, the first iPhone was revealed. There's still a large gap between our expectations and what the payment industry delivers. You know, when we see what had happened in the telephony, that phone booths were along our high streets and now totally disappeared. We still have a very high number of ATMs operating and providing cash to people. So I think that payment industry will be succeeding when ATMs are also disappearing in the future.
Okay, thank you. And Fabian?
Well, yes, I mean, if you look at retail, wholesale is maybe different, but in retail, there's lots of talk about lifestyle banking, and lifestyle banking, of course, includes payment. It means that the payment is becoming part of your real life, of things you like to do and need to do. And the other word is ambient banking, and being a big fan of ambient music myself, one of the goals, of course, of ambient banking is that payment would be invisible, because they would be so ingrained in what you do that you wouldn't even see them. So whether we will see that and the disappearance of ATM, like Gabor is mentioning, it's a question mark, but we look forward to the evolution of payments, obviously.
Thank you very much, Fabian. Thank you, Gabor. I guess that with reasons like that, the question around digital payment is not really why you should learn about it, but much more about how to learn quickly and efficiently in this industry which is changing so rapidly. So with this in mind, I have the honor to introduce the senior lecturers of the specialization, who will tell you how they developed the course during the last 6 months. With you, we will have Jean-Michel Godefroy, President of JMG Consulting and former Director General of the European Central Bank. Fred Barr, Secretary General of the European Automated Clearinghouse Association. Kim Ford, Senior Vice President and Government Relations at Fiserv and former Executive Director of the US Faster Payment Council. Michael O'Loughlin, founder of O'Loughlin and former Managing Director at Token. And finally, Ritesh Jain, co-founder of Infinite and former COO at HSBC.
My name is Jean-Michel Godefroy. I have been Director General at the European Central Bank for 16 years, and now I am a consultant and mainly focusing on payments in developing countries. My course today will mostly deal with money. Chapter 1 will tell you about the creation of money and the fascinating history of money over the centuries. Chapter 5 will deal with new forms of money, such as Bitcoin, Libra, central bank digital currencies, perhaps the new steps in the history of money. And in between these two chapters, I will guide you among fascinating concepts, such as money creation, central bank money, the fairy tales around banknotes printing machines or helicopter money. Also, I will deal with cashless societies, financial inclusion, and the geopolitics of payments and many other things. I hope you will enjoy. Thank you.
I am Fred Beer. I've worked in payments, first in general management roles with profit and loss responsibility for payments provision services, where I led several new product launches. Then, as independent consultant to management teams, I help them understand and build roadmaps to navigate the challenges from technology, new user demands, new regulation in payments. I advise the demand side, meaning the end users of payments like corporates or e-commerce merchants, and the supply side, like banks and fintechs, and also regulators and not-for-profit organizations, like the World Bank. My main focus is Europe and Southeast Asia. Besides my consulting work, I serve as Secretary General of the European Automated Clearinghouse Association, and I teach a specialized payments course in the Netherlands, where I'm based. What is this course about? The course Payment Stack Fundamentals will lay the groundwork for your understanding of the digital payments industry. It will provide you with both a high-level overview as well as the more detailed concepts to understand the structure of the industry. And what the course will cover is first the various actors, the roles they play and how they interact. And then we will look at the spectrum of payment methods and standards and the role of common infrastructures like switching, clearing and settlement systems. Finally, we will discuss operations as well as the business models, explaining how the various players typically make money. So why is this important? The global payments industry is undergoing rapid change. While it is today predominantly operating at national or regional level and it's regulated in national jurisdictions, digitalization is driving global standardization and global business consolidation. So whether you work on the supply side of payments with a bank, a PSP or a fintech, or whether you work on the demand side as a user with a corporate business or with an e-commerce merchant, it is important for you to understand these fundamentals and to understand how to leverage the digital payments ecosystems that are emerging so that you will be able to contribute and to provide leadership for your organization's success.
Hello, I'm Kim Ford, Senior Vice President of Government Relations for Fiserv. In that role, I manage and lead the company's political advocacy strategy around the world. Understanding the regulatory environment is important for all payments professionals. It can't really be confined only to the legal and compliance teams inside payments companies. For instance, when it comes to policies and practices such as anti-money laundering, proper risk management, or cybersecurity hygiene, regulators expect the C-suite, the board of directors, and management teams to share the responsibility and play a role. With that in mind, this course provides a baseline understanding of payments regulation in the European Union, United States, and Asia, highlighting critical laws applicable to electronic payment transactions, faster payments, cross-border transactions, interchange restrictions, financial crime compliance, data security and data privacy, and a look forward to how regulators are thinking about emerging payments such as digital and cryptocurrencies. You won't want to miss this exciting, comprehensive, and valuable course.
Hello, my name is Michael O'Loughlin, and I'm the founder of an advisory firm called O'Loughlin.io. And we help banks, central banks, and fintechs navigate the evolving world of payment technologies and regulations. Now, for the past 15 years, I've worked across the whole spectrum, central banking infrastructure to corporate and consumer channels. Now I'm working at the forefront of cutting-edge technologies which are impacting global payments. So on this course, I'm a senior lecturer, so I'll be sharing my experience, strength and hope to learn how these new technologies are really impacting us and why it's important to learn more about this if indeed you are in the banking sector. In a world where we're increasingly connected online, trackable, traceable, freely sharing our data, it's only natural for customers' needs to change accordingly. And customers now demand this instant gratification, this personalized offerings. And these new technologies that we're going to talk about on this course offer exactly that. However, along with new customer expectations, the connected world, it also raises new types of risks, cybercrime, fraud, and identity theft, just to name a few. So, if we consider payments to be the lifeblood of banking, payment technologies could be thought of as the heart of the sector. And to have the latest technologies is really to ensure that the heart keeps on pumping. So what can new technologies do to tackle financial crime, fraud? How can technologies such as blockchain, artificial intelligence, machine learning change the banking and financial sector? And how will the Internet of Things and payments combine to develop smart payments and evolve identity-based solutions? So these are just some of the questions we'll be answering on this course. If you're interested in learning really the foundations of banking and this interconnected world, I highly recommend you check out this course.
Hello everyone, I'm Ritesh Jain. I'm the co-founder of Infinite, a fintech, dehumanized credit, and the credit card industry in the UK. With 20 years experience in various sectors, the payments and digital space have a special place in my heart. Being an ardent technologist, I have had various roles, the most recent being a digital COO at SBC, where I was building an enabling function for the bank of the future. One great opportunity I worked on was at Visa, to lead the future of payments for Visa. With the introduction of Apple Pay in Europe, by delivering Visa Europe payment token service. With other experiences in payments within industries like payments, banking, and finance, I'm excited to announce that we at CFTE are launching an intensive course, Digital Payments in Finance, and I would be talking about payment strategies and business model innovations. In this course, I would be covering the payment business, who makes money in the payments ecosystem. I would also be covering data monetization, as we know that a significant amount of data and information is held by the payment companies. Last but not least, I would also be speaking about open banking, open finance, and its impact on financial inclusion. All of you within the payment industry and outside are trying to be on the top of the game, bettering ourselves, striving to become an industry subject matter expert. And here comes the introduction of this payments course. Because of its length, depth, as well as the global landscape coverage, I'm sure this course would make every learner a subject matter expert by the end of it. So come along everyone, let's get on with it. Thank you.
The course Digital Transformation is about the practical approaches and the tools, and offer some checklists to help you plan and execute a digital transformation in your own organization. And it will help you to leverage the emerging payments ecosystem around you. What will it cover? It will first cover a generic approach to digital transformation. Then it will show applied examples in payment-related transformations. Then we have two specific chapters. One is for e-commerce merchants and one is for corporate treasurers. And these two chapters each focus on the specific context for those organizations and will again include practical examples and best practice use cases. And why is this important? Again, whether you work on the supply side or whether you work on the demand side, and this specifically on the demand side as a user, it's really important for you to understand how to leverage these emerging digital payments ecosystems to contribute and to provide leadership for your organization's success.
Thank you to the senior lecturers for that introduction of the program. In addition to the 5 senior lecturers, 25 contributing experts are also part of the course. We couldn't, of course, invite all of them to attend today at the same time, but I will let you discover them on the video of the course. After that, Zeina Gohar, co-head of product at CFT, will explain to you how to enroll in the specialization if you wish to.
The last 5 years in the global payments industry have seen more innovation than the previous decades combined.
Let's say if you're working in a bank and you're coming into payments, it definitely helps to understand the basic concepts, to see how the structures work.
Other parts of the world will not reinvent money, but they may invent new ways to find good monetary solutions.
If we consider payments to be the lifeblood of banking, payment technologies could be thought of as the heart.
If you want to see innovation, go and look into payments.
Hello everyone, I am Zeina Gohar, the co-head of product at the Center for Finance, Technology and Entrepreneurship. Following from what our program directors and senior lecturers have shared with you earlier today, I wanted to explain in more detail how our full specialization is structured. So the specialization consists of 6 courses that can be taken individually if you have a particular interest or need, or even all together. So each course consists of short and digestible lectures, expert interviews, case studies, selected readings, and assessment quizzes to help you track your progress. In total, 30 experts, including the senior lecturers, are actually featured on the course. It takes 4 to 5 full hours to complete one course and around 25 to 30 hours to complete the full specialization. It is completely online and you can even learn at your own pace. Upon completion of any of the courses, you will receive a certificate accredited by ACT and soon also by CPD. The courses are also under application for IBF accreditation in Singapore and ABS in Malaysia. Beyond the knowledge that you will gain, you will also benefit from joining a massive network of over tens of thousands of alumni all over the world. Individual courses are currently priced at 180 British pounds each, and the full specialization can be taken for £900. As we are celebrating our launch today, we currently have a 30% off early bird discount that you can benefit from, leaving each course at just £126 and the full specialization at £630 during the whole week of Singapore FinTech Festival. CFT and the Budapest Institute of Banking, or BIB, worked hand in hand to create this specialization in collaboration with our amazing suite of experts. We really hope you enjoy learning on our courses, and you can find more information using the link shared in the chat.
Thank you, Zeina. Payments have changed through history, from the barter system to the invention of money to credit cards and now cryptocurrencies. Innovation within payment has been present as long as the exchange of goods has existed as a concept. The fact that I am not with you in the same conference hall in Singapore also reminds us of the accelerated digitalization due to COVID, and this has applied equally to payments. So definitely a lot of innovation in payments, but who is really driving this innovation? Let me introduce you to the incredible lineup of panelists who will be offering their insights into this question. With us today, we have Saray Chia, Director General of the National Bank of Cambodia, Julien Legoc, Director of Policy at Libra, Kennedy Mubita, Managing Director at SC Ventures Africa, and Liz Oakes, Executive Vice President of MasterCard. Fabian van der Rijt will be moderating the panel. Over to you, Fabian.
It's my privilege and pleasure to introduce you to our dear panelists. I'll start with Saray Chia, and Saray is an Assistant Governor at the National Bank of Cambodia. She's the chairwoman of the Clearinghouse Operation Committee, and she has been leading the famous Bekong project, an acclaimed initiative of the National Bank of Cambodia that explore and introduce a new generation of payment system using blockchain technology. Under her leadership and guidance, innovative policy instruments were introduced to develop the interbank markets and promote the use of the local currency. Thank you, Saray, for being with us. Next is Julien Legoc. Julien is the Director of Policy for the Libra Association, a newly formed organization that has brought together social impact organizations, as well as a diverse group of leading businesses from around the world to create a low friction, high trust payment system that empowers billions of people. In his current role, Julien is helping lead policy efforts to take shape and is in charge of stakeholder engagement for the Libra Association. Julien, thanks for being with us as well. Next, we have Kennedy Mubita. Kennedy is the Africa and Middle East lead of Standard Chartered Ventures, being the Standard Chartered Innovation, Ventures and FinTech Investment Unit. He runs the bank's Africa Accelerator Lab from Nairobi, and the lab is creating a platform to nurture strong intrapreneurial, extrapreneurial and partnership culture in the Africa region, working closely with a range of stakeholders in our African markets to identify problems to solve and partner with fintechs, clients and regulators to create value propositions that are relevant for the target markets. Kennedy, thank you again. Nice to see you again, and welcome to the panel. And then last but not least, Liz Oakes. Liz is the Executive Vice President, Strategy and Operation Excellence for Product and Innovation at MasterCard. In her role, Liz is in charge of developing MasterCard's long-term strategy for products and innovation to deliver the best secure end-user and customer experience around the world through co-innovation with clients, partnership, and M&A. Liz, welcome to the panel. So today's panel is about who's driving innovation in payments today. And what is great about all the people, the panelists, is that they represent various stakeholders of the industry, game changers in the industry from different regions with different roles, which make this panel even more interesting. So let me kick off with the first question, if you're ready. So why are we all talking about payments, actually? Why is it hot news now when 10 years ago, or, you know, it was a kind of specialist affair in the back office or in central bank, but nobody in the street was talking about payment? Now everybody's doing that. There's lots of innovation in payment. Why are we all talking about this? Isn't the payment as it was 5 years ago good enough? That would be my first question, and maybe Sari, you could start the panel on that one.
Thank you, Fabien, and good afternoon to everyone. To your questions, I think if you remember 10 years ago, well, about 18 years ago, what happened, which is the global financial crisis. And that's when a lot of the financial regulators and bankers realized that, and policymakers in general realized that financial inclusion is the way to go and bring the system to be more inclusive. And in promoting financial inclusions, it means you would have to have someone being able to access to basic financial services, and that's include a saving account, a credit account, insurance account, and payment account. And if you look at the first three that I mentioned, saving account, you need to have spare money to save. And if you talk about credit, you have to have the credit worthiness, you have to have an income. Insurance is also a very complicated product. So these required prerequisite for a person to be able to access. But payment, on the other hand, anyone do make payment on a daily basis. And that's probably the easiest channel to promote financial inclusion. And if you talk about formal payment services, it is even better. And that's when we realized that if you can bring somebody into a formal payment service or use formal payment service provider, then not only you allow this person to make payment formally, but you also capture a lot of information about that person that would eventually help this person access to a credit, for instance, because it will show your payment behavior, it will show, you know, your cash flow, etc. So it's a very important element that we haven't really looked at previously, but now with technology, it's become very essential.
Thank you, Sherry. Maybe Julien, you can elaborate and share your perspective on that same topic.
Sure, thank you, Fabien. And to build on the excellent foundation Suri just discussed, the sentiment that we're feeling today, we felt in the past. You know, we transitioned from mostly cash to checks, to the ability to write checks, then to the ability to use a charge card, then a credit card, and this was 50, 60 years ago. The acceleration of payments discussion, one, has been from this pandemic that we've been going through the past 9-10 months. But I truly believe we've had innovation in the telecom space, for example. We've had innovation in communication space. We've had innovation in with the internet, being able to send one another messages. But the payments world has really been fundamentally the same for the past 50, 60 years. Sending money around the globe still takes several business days. The weekends are, of course, closed. Therefore, you have to add that to the equation when you send money. And really, I think we're coming to a world where consumers want optionality. Consumers may want to use a lower friction, a payment device such as a mobile phone might be more convenient than carrying around a lot of cash. In fact, it might even be more secure. So I think this sentiment that we're feeling today is really evolution of the payments world that's been accelerated by, one, the development of newer technologies such as blockchain, and two, consumers wanting one more option to be able to make not only a national payment, but international payments that carry less friction than they have in the past, Fabien.
Thank you, Julien. And Kennedy, maybe your perspective from where you stand in Africa, and also from your innovation and Stand Chart perspective.
Thank you very much for participating in this forum. And I think just to add to what my colleagues have mentioned, and maybe just a slightly different take, my short answer would be a limitation of capability. I mean, prior to the ICT age, which is very, very digital, the structure in which society used to operate from a commercial perspective was where value is kept in one place, which is banks, and with certain protocols to obtain that value, and contracting was separate. So the two events needed could not happen simultaneously. And that was taken as a given in society. So what would happen is that players in society would go out and contract to do certain jobs or acquire certain products or deliver certain services. And after finishing the contracting, would then have to go through to their banker who keeps their value and go through a bureaucratic process, which is necessary for security purposes, to then request them to transfer value to the counterpart. So the separation of value and contracting didn't make payments a discussion point. It was separate from the business activity. With the development of information communication and technology protocols from the late 90s into the early 200s and up to this date, we're beginning to see these two issues merge, and therefore commerce starts taking place faster. And the velocity of commerce and exchange is taking place at such a high speed that now you cannot afford to separate your value from your contracting. And once that recognition was made possible by technology, that increased the requirement of economic players and transactors to say, I want immediacy in my contracting and value exchange. And now that becomes a race as to who can remove all the friction that is needed to make these two events happen simultaneously. And the winner of that battle is going to be people who can actually mesh them so tightly that the payment side becomes invisible. And so that is the holy grail of payments, and we are all moving towards that space. That is my take with regard to why it's now topical and before it wasn't.
Thank you, Kennedy. And Liz, on that same question, of course, MasterCard is core and central in payment infrastructure and innovation. What's your take on payment being the new black or the new orange, depending in the industry?
Interestingly, I think I feel like payments has always been an exciting place to be, but just because there's been so much going on in the last 20 years, quite frankly. When you reference 5 or 10 years, I think back, we've had faster payments in places like South Korea, in the UK. It's part of how we operate for many, many years, since 2008. So when I took the context of the 5-year horizon that you mentioned, I think the thing that really stands out for me is customer demand, customer experience. So what is it that people are trying to do? And what's really shifted for me in the last 5 to 10 years is the digital economy. So not just we look at digital payments, but everyone's now using Spotify. Our kids have grown up with mobile phones. So when faster payments was first designed, it was prior to the invention of the iPhone. And what we really have seen since then is the introduction of mobile banking, the introduction, as Sari really pointed out, financial inclusion as a huge focus, because you can actually deliver to consumers the type of relationship management or the type of engagement that previously required people to do that. And it was a very expensive proposition. So now we have digital distribution, we have digital manufacturing of products and services that we never saw before. And when people want to consume on demand in the economy, they need to pay quite often on demand. And that experience for me is wrapped up in a host of issues that are probably the things that we look for in a good payment system. So you want to see certainty. The customer wants to know that their money is going to get there if you're telling them that it goes fast. Convenience is now, it's not even a question. If it's not easy to use, people will ditch the app from their phone, or they just won't go back to that bank. They'll find somebody else, or they'll find another provider, or they'll find a mobile provider. In terms of access, I think the economy has changed quite dramatically. Our viewpoint has shifted from a kind of controls and assurance risk-based framework to a pre-funded model where everybody can participate. And that has really expanded the economy. It's expanding both inclusion, but also access for new fintech players. So there's quite a lot going on there. And then it comes down to speed and resilience. So people are looking for that instantaneous answer and something that's going to still be there tomorrow. And I think in the middle of all of that, it's digital by design. It's increasingly moving to remote. So, you know, what does that look like for us in terms of contactless? The experience is very different to what it was even 3 or 4 years ago. And I think in the middle of all of that, then, you know, why would somebody participate in any of these systems or any of the infrastructures that we talk about? It's trust. So at the end of the day, is this going to work? Can I reach the person on the other side? Do I know that my money is safe? And so I think even with all of the tech changes that we introduce and all of the newfangled things that we come up with, that is still at the heart of what people want to engage with. So figuring out models for us that actually still maintain all of those items is quite hard, because it's easy to play with the technology. It's quite difficult to play with the banking.
Thank you, Liz, and thank you all for this first round. So I think we set the scene of payments innovation, and thank you for all your views, which are very complementary or slightly different, which is great. And obviously the pandemic we're going through is accelerating that change even more and doing things in months that would have taken years maybe before that. Let's get concrete now. I think what I'm going to ask you next, and I'll start with you, Suri, is you all do innovation in your daily job. That's your responsibilities in what you do. And when we prepared the course with the CFTE team, it was super hard to select, you know, what are the best practice innovation? What are the things that are game changing the industry? What are the innovation that open up new avenues of growth or inclusion? But I'm going to ask you, from where you stand, Suri, and I'll ask the same to the others, what are the 2-3 innovation projects that you've been either leading or seen that for you stand as best practice going forward?
I think the first innovation would have to be the regulator mindset. That is really important, because if you don't have an open mindset, then you tend to see everything as too much risk to take and to try. So that is the most important things that need to happen. The second, what I've seen is all the digital payment that is happening, how fast, how easy for people to transact. Because, I mean, as an economist, when you talk about the economy or trade, at the end of the day, there's always payment and settlement that is happening. So exactly to what Liz mentioned, you need to make it efficient and follow what is happening around the world. So particularly during this year, the contactless is becoming very convenient, and online banking is become the new model. What I also personally find interesting and have been part to the development is the peer-to-peer project. When we were exploring the interoperability among the different players in the country, we had the option to either select the conventional system or something else that is the DLT, which allow peer-to-peer. And so we chose the peer-to-peer, and it's helped us in many ways, because if you look at how banks are connected together to make interbank clearing, basically you have a settlement account at the central bank. Everyone open a bank account at the central bank. There's a settlement account. Everyone have to have a credit line with the bank to settle in case somebody is short of liquidity, etc. And I say this because we don't have an RTGS system. That's why banks need to hold a certain amount with the central bank. So if you look at it that way, when we have the e-wallet provider, the technology provider, and you want to integrate them into the same system, you have to bring them into the national clearinghouse. And that means they would have to comply with the liquidity management the same ways as we would require bank to comply with. And that beats the whole purpose of regulating them as a technology provider in the first place, because then the regulatory burden put on them will eventually pass on to the customer. So when we explore these possibility, the DLT, I'm not sure whether it's blockchain or technology are interchangeable in terms of term, but we explore this technology that allow peer-to-peer, and this is when we were able to connect the payment service provider that serve mostly people with low income rural area with the banks who serve mostly people in the urban area. So bridging the urban and rural together, and also eliminate that part where the payment service provider need to open a settlement account with the central bank. So their customer can just transact as long as they have the money into the wallets. So that's one. The other that we're trying to explore on a cross-border basis, because as Cambodia, we send a lot of migrant workers overseas. And so when we're trying to see how we can help our migrant workers remit money back. So usually when you remit money back, I mean, you all know it's cost somewhere between 20 to 30% in commissions and fees, etc. And so if, let's say, a migrant workers that earn $100 a month, sending money back, they will have to pay $30 out of that 100. And they usually do it in a bulk transfer. So once every month, send it to somebody at home who would then manage it on their behalf, meaning paying for the school fee, electricity fees, etc. And so from a women empowerment perspective, if a women worker send money to the husband or the mothers or the mother-in-law and the money get to spend somewhere else than the children educations or the household welfare, then it could be really disappointing. And this is from my personal experience. And so we want to allow these women migrant workers to be able to do transfer any time of the day free of charge, directly to the school or directly to the hospital or directly to whoever back in the country without having to worry whether her money that she worked hard to earn is well managed or not. So I think the biggest innovation, the peer-to-peer is really going to be something big in the region. It's developing. Hopefully we can explore that further with our neighboring countries. We tried this with Malaysia, we're exploring it with Thailand. So let's see where it will land. But yeah, that's for me, three main innovation: regulators, electronic payment, and the P2P.
Thank you, Shuri, and impressive development, obviously. And thank you for your clear explanation of the social benefits also of those innovation. Julien, maybe same question to you.
Sure, Fabian. So I would see remarkable innovation in people and in technology. What we've seen now over the past year and a half, we went from 5 central banks looking at central bank digital currencies to now more than 70% of the world's central banks looking at the benefits and the risks of going into the payments world with digital currencies. We've also seen regulators that have really leaned forward in a lot of the new technologies that are coming out with payments. Now on the technology front, I think the remarkable innovation is the interoperability. Imagine a world, Fabian, where I am a Gmail account holder and you are a Yahoo account holder, and I send you an email, and that email takes 3 days, 4 days, 5 days, and I have to pay based on how quickly you want to see my message. That's the current world of technology that we live in, which is the financial services world is siloed. And Suri had an example of remittances and how much it costs. And she's absolutely right. Some of the corridors are as high as 20, 30, 40%. According to the World Bank, the latest figures is on average, the world pays just about 6.8%. But over the past decade, we fluctuated on that average between 9% and 7%. Therefore, there's a need for innovation from a technology perspective and also from a people perspective. Now, the benefit of all of this is that you now have regulators that are deciding to regulate projects such as our project through a regulatory college. I think what is innovative there is the Swiss have essentially reached out to the world and said, we would like to convene a consensus-based approach to regulating a payment system like ours. And they've brought over 20 authorities and regulators around the world to take a look at the project. So it is absolutely encouraging to see that we have the people as well as the technology coming together to really benefit the consumer into choosing what payments they decide to utilize for their day-to-day as well as for their remittance needs.
Thank you, Julien. Kennedy, I mean, we already spoke before during the recording of the course itself, and of course, you will be featured in that course when launched. So we already had an interesting discussion about innovation then, but maybe your perspective on what you see in Africa and in Stanchart as well.
Yeah, we're exploring various paths. We invested in some payment companies, and I can mention that Assembly Payments out of Australia is actually already running as a platform that looks to scale. But in terms of prospectively, we're looking at 3 key channels, and I'll try not to take up too much time because it's a panel session. The first one is where we are creating B2B platforms globally, where we onboard. So basically, we do what the banks do, but this as an outside player. From an SC Ventures perspective, we're creating platforms that will enable real-time, instantaneous settlement between parties, combined with a marketplace where they exchange the goods. And we are also looking at cross-border settlements between countries. In short, if you're going to conceptualize it from a theoretical perspective, we're trying to tokenize value so that the money and information goes together. And we're really looking at blurring the difference between cash management and trade and bills of exchange. Because if you've got a standard SWIFT payment right now, you have 2 fields which you are free for your use, like field 71, field 72. You know, we can use that for anything else. But when you're doing a payment, all you have is a beneficiary, their account, their address, and so forth. And that creates a lot of friction as to purpose of payment and makes it difficult to execute seamlessly. When you're doing a trade transaction, it's a payment commitment based on conditions. And once those conditions are met, that's when the payment is released. We believe that these 2 separations between cash management and trade is really a capacity issue. And as we begin to provide informed payments or cash management payments, they will start looking like LCs. And then as we start digitizing the conditions through smart contracts on letters of credit, they'll start looking like cash payments because then they'll self-execute. So we're actually looking at that. We have an ongoing project with one third party that we want to be able to remit money from Africa into China, for instance, seamlessly, instantaneous, and then resolve the cost problem of working through correspondent banks process around that. So if we digitize and put smart contrast around the processes that are needed to validate a payment that's going through you from a third party and increase point-to-point payments, we reduce the cost. And therefore, the bank's major role will only be to provide maybe international liquidity and to provide much finer FX rates because we have access to more markets and therefore can get this value quicker. We believe that these 3 projects are going to converge over the next 5 to 10 years. And it will become very difficult to know whether is this payment a cash management payment because it will have details about what it is that you are buying, or is this an LC because really it will self-execute and will be immediate like an LC. So that's just one of the projects that we're looking at. I'm quite excited about what it's going to do and might be transformational for the industry.
Thank you, Kennedy. And Liz, on your side, what are the best practice innovation you do or see around?
Yeah, so there's so many things going on. It's kind of hard to pinpoint, what is it that's going to really make a difference. But I probably would go back to what Sari said earlier about financial inclusion. For us, one of the mantras within MasterCard is doing well by doing good. How do we actually get more people into the economy? How do we grow the pie for everybody? And so in order to achieve those kind of objectives, and we've seen in the pandemic, which you referenced earlier, Fabienne, what is really important for a lot of people at the moment is how do I get paid? So how do I make a living? How do I grow my business? How do I survive in the current environment? And so for me, actually, with that context in mind, mobile acceptance as a construct and as a concept, regardless of kind of who's doing it and how they're doing it, it is, I think, a game changer. So that idea that small businesses and individuals can actually grow their business and get paid without all that friction, without all the complexity, simply by giving their email or their phone number or whatever the proxy is that they want to use in their country. I think that is, for me, the most powerful dynamic that we can actually look to. But I would add one other thing. I think for me, then the longer term dynamic, what's really going to make a difference is digital identity. I do believe that a lot of the friction that we encounter across the payments industry, most generally, is because you're trying to identify the counterparty that you're actually trading or transacting with. And the bank is trying to identify who they really are. And we have all this KYC, AML, sanctions checking. We have so many controls and assurance models and processes in place because of the regulatory burden around identifying who people are. And so digital identity, whether it's associated with the individual or the corporate or their role or the access provisions, entitlements, etc., is, I think, the key to unlocking electronic payments, full stop. It will enable all of us to transact safely and securely with whoever we're trying to transact with. So that, for me, trumps everything.
Thank you, Liz. And I'll stay with you for the next question, because thank you for all your exchanges of views on the innovation you've done, you've seen. You touched upon international innovation also, but I'll stay on international for a while. We see, of course, automation islands and innovation islands throughout the world. But I think the biggest challenge ahead is how do we do that at international scale? There's been reports from FSB, CPMI recently talking about challenges and roadmap and so forth. While preparing this panel list, we being two market infrastructure girl and boy respectively, we talked about the role of market infrastructure, but what does need to happen at the international level? How can we improve the international payment landscape? I think Julien talked about interoperability, but what's your view on what remains to be done?
Yeah, and Julien is right. You know, interoperability is a massive challenge. But partly, you know, the technology is not the issue. I'd say that, I know that's a sweeping statement to make, but the technology really isn't the issue. We've managed to send emails to each other and we figured out how to use blockchain. The issue for me is much more around the regulatory environment, the burdens, as I described with digital identity, around identifying counterparties, all of the processes that we have put in place around what is an accounting and ledger-based construct. So moving money from one place to another. It's all very well for me to agree with you, even over this phone call or this medium, that I owe you money, but that's not very valuable to you. You need the actual funds. So the settlement is the critical question. So connecting settlement across jurisdictions has been complex and burdensome. We have time zone issues, we have RTGS opening hours, we have how do you actually move the money from one country and currency to another country and currency. So that cross-border foreign exchange settlement risks, all the things that we are very familiar with in the wholesale market, 20 years ago or longer, actually, CLS was set up to address some of these risks in the wholesale market for FX. So I'm delighted actually that the FSB and the CPMI are starting to now articulate and focus on the things that we've all known for a long time need to be fixed. So we need common standards around regulatory burdens or whether it's AML, sanctions screening, get the regulators, get the central banks to actually talk to each other and come up with an answer that is consistent and a framework that we can all understand. Because actually we're creating, with the pandemic and everything else, we're creating more silos. Each country is going to go off and fix its own problems or try to, and really focus on its own population. And I'm delighted actually that the Singapore FinTech Festival is bringing together again all those central banks and from remote jurisdictions, and everybody's connecting to keep talking to each other, because if we have to fix this together. And so for me, the cross-border challenge is really looking beyond that. How do I fix my domestic payment transactions? And to consider that, in time again, we will have tourism. we'll all be moving around again. And if you can't actually pay for something in another jurisdiction as easily and seamlessly as you can in the jurisdiction that you're physically in, whether it's remote or ideally, hopefully, when we all get to travel in person, then what's the point in fixing the domestic piece? Because it's not going to achieve your overall objective. If I look at that right now, the introduction of, QR codes in Mexico or China that are proprietary or that don't connect to everyone else's systems means that as a consumer, I can go to Mexico on holiday, but I can't buy a Coke. So, that to me is just a really basic fundamental question. And I think Julian kind of referenced earlier, we want to empower people to be able to use the technology that they have in their hand and to be able to participate. And I know that quite often central bankers and regulators at that cross-border level are very far removed from that and from those questions. But I think we have to all consider that we are each independently consumers as well as trying to figure out the answers to these big theoretical questions.
Thank you, Liz. Kennedy, you already touched upon international matters in your previous intervention, but what's your take on the level of collaboration that you see internationally and how that should intensify?
I think there is a will. I mean, the market seems to be accepting of new digital tools, which I believe are much better than what existed before. For instance, the digital identity now can be validated through APIs with data sources that kept by trusted entities like governments. But my concern in that area is that I referenced to this in an article I wrote for one of the business magazine, is that 70% of business leaders are said to be concerned about technology. Now, that was presented as something good. I actually looked at it another way and said, if 70% of the people are worried that we have better tools to manage our financial risk, then that's not the right thing. Because if you look at any other industry, if in the woodcutting industry, if somebody says, I've got a better saw to cut your trees, or I've got a better transportation system to take your wood from wherever you cut it to wherever it is, maybe that's not a very good thing, a good example in this era when we should be worried about environmental restoration. But in any industry, normally when you have better tools to manage the risks that you face, that should be welcome. So for me, that indicated that the 70% of industry leaders are not ready to adopt digital technology because one, maybe they don't understand it, or two, because they are afraid of the switching costs. And in a sense, new digital tools indicate that there are new ways of resolving or making settlements, if we're talking about payment, which I have not yet immunized from a control, sanctions, and regulatory perspective, and therefore I have to do this all over again. So I think the issue of switching costs, upskilling, infrastructure costs that my previous contributor talked about, standardization of cryptography, because we have to use some form of cryptography. It could be DLT, it could be something else. I normally don't like talking about DLT as a solution because it's really just a tool. And somebody might come up with a new way of cryptography, and we need to understand that as well, particularly with 5G coming. So I don't think there's enough collaboration because the industry, from a statistical basis, 70% of them are not ready. And the harmonization that needs to take place in terms of putting up common standards to make all the closed loop systems interoperable will need investment and will need motivation and will need some evangelists to pull through.
Thank you, Kennedy. And this discussion we had before about closed loop and open loop is an interesting one, which we can elaborate another day. But I think what we see today is a lot of closed loops being digitized. And to the point of the previous speaker, it's how can we open up those loops or connect them to make everybody else benefit from the change. Julien, I think your reason for being is international collaboration. So what's your take on that?
That's correct, Fabian. And it's tough going after Liz and Kennedy, such good points. And I feel like Liz is just in my brain. So I'm going to try to add a little bit to the discussion here. But one, I think I completely agree with Liz that technology, and all deference to my technology friends, is not the issue here. People, I think, and Kennedy touched on that, and regulators moving forward. However, let's look at what the facts are today. The facts are central banks, some of them already have pilot programs for digital currencies. Some have been playing around in sandboxes for many years. The Singapore FinTech Festival is a great way to bring everybody together. FATF had new guidance on digital payments and currencies last year. The G20 talks about it. The FSB talks about it. The European Commission talks about it. They have regulation with MiCA that's been proposed. So the good news is there is forward and good momentum in the particular space. The real challenge from the people perspective, and Kennedy touched on it as well as Liz, is how do we get the world bodies to talk to one another in a similar language? And that's where I feel technology and of course policy should go hand in hand. The interoperability challenge that we have and being able to develop a project that is open source, I think solves that to a point. The discussion remains, what do we do in one country versus what do we do in another country? And that brings it 100% back to the eKYC discussion that I believe, Liz, you brought up, that is kind of foundational to be able to talk to one another. If you know the individual that is sending money, you know the individual that is receiving money, if you're a government, does that satisfy whatever technology they use? I think the answer should be yes. And I think if we can get the eKYC, that is, or digital identity across the world approved, I think we'll go very far. And the last point I'll make, you may have been aware of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And so in just 10 years now, they have very specific quant-based and qualitative-based goals. One of them is around remittances. And so remittance markets, we've talked a little bit about it. They essentially want to bring the average from a 7% to a 3%. Unless you have large-scale innovation, you're not going to get to that 3%. It's been stubbornly high now for over a decade. Surrey talked about, the 20, 30% in certain corridors. And here's really where you need competition. And in order to have competition, you have to have clear regulation. And if you have clear regulation, you have to have entrepreneurs that are willing to build particular digital transformation type wallets. And we feel like with an open source, open code, it is the easiest way to get on these international rails. Fabian.
Thanks, Julien. Sari, I think you are part of lots of international discussion with the various roles that you have. And based on what you're achieving in Cambodia, what's your view? And I know you're already collaborating with neighbors in Malaysia and others, but what's your view on that international collaboration aspect?
I agree 100% with whatever Liz mentioned, so I don't even have to add anything. But just to give some example of collaborations, but back to what Liz mentioned, I think technology again is not an issue, but the customer KYC, because when you talk about digital, you talk about faceless people. This is really a big issue. In different countries at different stage of development in terms of the digital ID. Within the ASEAN region, Singapore may have one of the most sophisticated digital ID in the world. And then you've got countries like Cambodia, who is struggling to get something up. So if you're talking about, quick and easy cross-border between the two countries, will have to work. Cambodia will have to work a lot on our digital ID. But back to the example that I wanted to mention between Cambodia and Thailand, where we have this cross-border QR payment, where a Cambodian tourist going to Thailand can use its domestic bank mobile applications and pay to any QR code merchant in Thailand and vice versa. And a lot of it has to do with discussions and dialogue between the two central banks and the private sector. And that's very important for the private sector to understand what are the concerns from the central bank's perspective. So we lay out our concerns. It's also important for the regulators to listen to the private sector about their concerns as well. So mostly it's to do with what is the bottom line? What do I get from doing this? So trying to understand each other, and it could happen within, actually our project took about a year to happen, and it wasn't really about technologies or anything. It's really about dialogue between the private sectors and the regulators. So yeah, come back to, I think Julien mentioned as well, is regulators need to sit together and talk what we want, what are our concern, and at the same time talk with the private sector and lay out clearly the expectations.
Thank you very much. I think time flies, so we're well ahead in our panel. So I put myself in the shoes of the people attending this panel. They see so many interesting points, but I'll stay with you, Sari, for the next question, and let's try and do that quickly to stick with the time. But the people that look at this panel, working in financial institution, working in other institution, or being students, or so many things changing. How do you see people should stay abreast of all those innovations? How can people upskill, reskill themselves, or at least know what's happening? Because things move so fast.
How? I think a lot of readings and attending this event like I'm doing right now. I'm still learning. There is so much going on. I think we're in the event organized by CFC. So I think that's also a good place to get something out of it. You've got fantastic expert panel. But there is so much going on, and I think it's just to keep readings and asking questions. From a regulator perspective, I think what we need to keep ourselves abreast with is the risks that come with all these innovations, and that is something that we can't learn enough, and there's always something new happening. Yeah.
Thank you. And I'll ask the others the same question briefly. Maybe Julien, what's your view on that?
Thank you, Fabien. Certainly, education and enthusiasm in the space drives curiosity. And so the benefit of being a hot topic is you open up any type of journal or your computer and you're going to see something going on in this particular space with innovation. But the drawback is there's so much going on that it's accelerating very, very quickly. So I think education is still key. And just remind yourself that if you've been in the space for just about 6 months, it equates to about 10 years in any other industry. So you will get very, very smart very, very quickly, again, through courses, through periodicals, and even the news. But don't let that discourage any of our attendees. We don't know it all, certainly, but take a specialization. My recommendation would be, if you care about remittances, then dive down into the current technologies or the duopoly of folks that are playing in the particular space, and then get an expertise on that. Thank you.
Kennedy, same question.
I would say that it's not even a question of how or if, but it's a matter of survival. And I like anecdotes about just imagine how the people were feeling who were building horse carts for transportation, and the motor engine was invented. I mean, you didn't have a choice anymore. If you're going to transport your goods, you'd have to move to motorized transportation or the railway line. You couldn't go back to walking and horse riding and donkey riding. So we're at that point in history as well, where there are new methods of addressing the risks that we met. So I would suggest a risk-based approach, because whatever you're doing, you're probably using a traditional method if you haven't yet converted to a digital or technology-driven solution. And then think of how you can do that same service in a digital fashion, and taking advantage of the new tools available to do your current work. Because initially the risks don't change. I mean, it's the risk of fraud. It's the risk of person ID takeover on a platform. The risk of AML, dealing with money launderers, or dealing with a country that's sanctioned and so forth. So all those risks are the same. What technology provides you with a tool to do them in the same way. So whether you are growing in, whether you're a farmer, there's IT, there's agri-tech solutions coming through. So you better appraise yourself in those. If you're a banker, there's banking risks of AML, fraud, operational risks are there. You need to see how is this new technology impacting these, and that makes yourself, that'll make you future ready, because the disruption is not only in processes and systems, it's in people. And you've got to make sure that you're not disrupted.
Thank you, Kennedy. And Liz, on education, what would be your advice to the people attending this panel?
So Julian has made me feel very old now after 25 years in this industry. That I must have dog years. It's quite a scary concept. I'm going to calculate that later, Julian. But I think in honesty, I separated into probably two things in the same way, or maybe the three things that the CFTE has separated. So there's technology, and then there's finance. I park entrepreneurship because I kind of think that that's something that's really difficult to teach. But I think if I break that down into the finance side of things, I find a lot of technologists who are fantastic at the technology, but they really fundamentally don't understand banking. And so I think having a basic grasp of counterparty credit risk, the basic tenets of consumer protection, whether it's fraud, all the different things that we've discussed today. I think those fundamentals, even if you start just with the jurisdiction that you sit in and understand what those frameworks look like and what good looks like, I think that's a really good starting point. Because quite often when you come up with, you're confronted with technology innovation, a lot of it is cheaper, faster, easier, because it simply is absent all those controls and principles that are actually required to make something work. So that's kind of the first thing I look for is, is this a shortcut because it's fantastically innovative but great, or is it a shortcut because it's fantastically innovative but actually illegal or dangerous? And on the tech side, I honestly don't know how you stay on top of it. It's a fast-moving, really fast-moving environment. For me, I pick the things that I think are really going to make a difference. There's a lot of noise out there. So in my role, I kind of choose the maybe 2 or 3 really tangible, groundbreaking technologies that are probably going to make a massive difference, and really follow those in great detail. And the vast majority of the rest of it, you can keep an eye on it. You need to be aware of it, but it's probably not going to change your own personal life. And then I think in this age of misinformation, disinformation, deep fakes, and everything else, just trying to navigate credible sources that you can actually learn something from, rather than buying somebody else's marketing message or being conned into something which is probably not really beneficial to society. So that's kind of, I guess there's a short-term piece there and there's a long-term piece. But it is a huge challenge. So I agree probably with Sari's comments earlier on. It's great to be able to do something like this, where you can not only read something, but you can be immersed in it. You can find who are the experts, reach out to those people, actually get involved in the industry, find out what's going on, and find something that you can get involved in beyond your day job. And I think that's, for most of us, how we ended up in the many interesting places we're all in.
Thank you, everyone. And indeed, I think this specialization from CFTE is for the industry, by the industry. It's lots of breadth and lots of depth as well. It's quite modular, so I'm sure it will provide some answers to the many questions we raised through the panel. So we've come to the end of this Who is Driving Innovation Payments Today panel. I wanted to thank you for participating. Of course, thank you, Sari, Julien, Kennedy, and Liz, and have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Merci, Fabien. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Merci.
I think you will agree with me that it was a hugely insightful panel. So thanks a lot to all our panelists. And now on to the next part, which I know a lot of you have been waiting for, which is the awards of Future of Payments. And who are the winners? So to announce the winners, let me introduce you to Kata Pal, Head of International Business Development and Innovation at Budapest Institute of Banking. Up to you, Kata.
As we have seen today from our exceptional speakers, the global digital transformation of finance is fostering new trends in the payments world, and the current pandemic situation has been a catalyst for many of these changes. When we developed the Payment in Digital Finance course, we analyzed several players of this industry and realized that there were amazing companies, regulators, and individuals making a huge impact around the world. This is the reason why CFT and BIB have decided to run the Future of Payments Awards, to get input from you, from the global communities, on those who were the real innovators and game changers in the world of payments. 1,000 of you have voted from all over the world, and we have selected the winners in 3 categories. The company that is changing the game in payments, the regulator that is changing the game in payments, and the individual who is changing the game in payments. Without further ado, let me invite Gergely Fábián, the Executive Director of the MNB, the Central Bank of Hungary, and the CEO of the Budapest Institute of Banking, to present the first award for the game-changing company.
There have been a lot of submissions for the company that is game-changing payments. 2 companies have emerged with the most number of votes, and these companies are: the first is Ant Group. Congratulations to Ant. With more than 1 billion users and services such as the Alipay, Ant is definitely making a huge impact on payments. The co-winner of the competition is Infinite. Infinite is a payment startup that has just launched. And despite being so new, it received a lot of support in the votes. That goes to show how vibrant is the payment ecosystem is. Congratulations to Infinite.
Absolutely thrilled and overwhelmed to be here today and to be sharing this with the Ant Group, who more than anything else we look up to and hope to have the same sort of impact on this industry as they have had over the years. Also supremely humbled by the love and appreciation that our users have showered upon us on a small fledgling startup that hasn't even launched yet. We have a very simple goal at Infinite. We want to help our users make the most of their credit cards.
The total credit card debt in the UK stands at 72 billion, and we plan to change it and significantly dent it. The UK payday loans stands at 2 billion. We plan to make it irrelevant. We are a small but extremely driven group of individuals who want to solve the most fundamental yet the prevalent of financial problems.
Let me invite Tram and Nguyen, the co-founder of CFTE and the ambassador of the Singapore FinTech Festival, to announce the winner of the game-changing regulator in payments.
Thank you very much, Kata. There have been also a lot of submissions for most innovative regulator from everywhere around the world, Europe, to Africa, to Asia, and the US. The regulator that received the most vote was the FCA, the UK regulator, with the UK being at the forefront of regulations such as open banking. This is definitely very well deserved, so congratulations to the FCA.
Now, let me invite Gergely Fábián, the Executive Director of MNB, the Central Bank of Hungary, and the CEO of the Budapest Institute of Banking, to present the award for the game-changing individual.
You all voted for incredible leaders in the transformation of the payment industry. Nevertheless, the winning individual that is changing the game in payments is Saray Chia. Congratulations. Her Excellency Saray Chia is an assistant governor at the National Bank of Cambodia. As a chairwoman of Clearinghouse Operation Committee, she has been leading the Background Project, an acclaimed initiative of the National Bank of Cambodia, exploring and introducing a new generation of payment system using blockchain technology. Under her guidance, innovative policy instruments were introduced to develop interbank markets and promote the use of local currency.
Hello, thank you for the award. It is really an honor. I would like to thank those of you who voted for me, and especially I would like to thank my incredible team at the National Bank of Cambodia, without whom my ideas would remain ideas. I would also like to send a message to the girls and the women from small and developing countries like mine, that anything is possible when you set your heart to, and that you can still disrupt the world regardless your gender and where you're coming from. So once again, thank you, and it's really an honor.
Let me invite Trem N. Nguyen, co-founder of CFT and the ambassador of the Singapore FinTech Festival, to announce the charity aspects of this amazing award. Thank you very much.
This year's Singapore FinTech Festival has a beautiful main theme: people and talent. I believe that in the midst of the current digital transformation of the industry, people need to remain at the center. However, not everyone is as fortunate as many of us present here today. And the current global situation is unfortunately affecting people in many different ways. For many, COVID-19 has represented yet another stone in their path. So, in the spirit of this year's FinTech Festival, people and talent, and with the central role of payments in financial inclusion, we ask all of those who vote to also choose an international charity to which you'd like to contribute. We have selected the 3 most voted charities to make a contribution to. So the chosen charities are Save the Children, UNICEF, Doctors Without Borders. CFTNB will make a donation to these 3 charities on all our behalf.
Thank you, everyone, and congratulations to Ant Group, Infinite, the FCA, and Saray Chia for driving innovation in payment. For all those who voted for the winners, you also won a free course in the digital payment specialization, and you will be emailed all the details about it. Now, for the time that we still have together, we would like to open the session with Q&A between you and our speakers. Some of you have already been submitting your question in the Q&A box. This is wonderful. Continue to submit your questions in the systems, and the team will help to communicate them to me. So now let's start the Q&A. I would like to invite the senior lecturers to come on screen, and I will jump in the room behind.
Ladies and gentlemen, as you've just heard, it's now time for the Q&A session in which you can ask your questions. And yes, indeed, we already do have a number of good questions, great questions in fact, but you can still ask some more. And it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator of this Q&A session, who truly needs no introduction, as an SFF ambassador and CFTE co-founder, Hugh Ewan Trill.
Thank you very much. And we do have a lot of questions, and we don't have much time. So I will ask the questions that you sent. And if I can ask the senior lecturers and experts to answer quite quickly in a short and concise way. And for the first question, that would be for Kim. We heard about all the impressive developments of payments. But what about regulators? So can regulators regulate those payment companies before they risk the financial stability? In other words, are regulators prepared for this boom in payment, and how can they handle them?
Oh, it's a great question. So, you know, a lot of regulators obviously are different, and around the globe, different regulatory agencies have different amount of resources, which can sometimes, you know, help if they have lots of staff to be able to track some of these innovations and these new emerging companies. But I think it's important to remember that most regulators are united in several goals. One is that they very much care about consumer protection, and also that they very much care about promoting competition. And so I think when those tenets are guiding the regulatory agencies, they then can look across the payments sector, you know, in whichever region they are in, and they can look at some of the risks that are posed by each company, and they can prioritize their resources accordingly. So I don't think for regulatory agencies, it's a matter of regulating every single company, but again, it's looking at consumer protection, competition, and the risks posed, and then they can allocate their resources accordingly.
Thanks a lot, Kim. And a question for Michael. Invisible ambient payments, would it be discomforting for users, basically, where money just goes out of their account, and for providers when they lose their perceived value? You know, is it the future?
Right, invisible payments. I think everyone's kind of moving towards this. You'll often hear the Uber experience where people get into a car and then just simply step out, and the payment has already happened. That's the invisible payment, you know, this uninterrupted payments experience. So in particular, can we have a dramatic impact on any type of service adoption and, you know, drive never seen before in sales? So this is something that we're really looking at. I think it's a tricky one. With so much money being spent on branding, being out of sight and out of mind creates a degree of unrest around the current providers. And it's potentially sets, not to sound too pessimistic, but it does potentially set up the perfect playground for bad actors maybe to take advantage of the lack of these providers being front of house, and there being a lack of a trust mark of sorts. But, you know, it will inevitably result in a seamless experience, putting payments to the back of the mind and making it all about the experience of the service or indeed the product that you've just acquired.
Thanks a lot, Michael. We have a question about innovators. So we see a lot of e-commerce companies being quite innovative. What about traditional manufacturing and trading companies, which tend to work mainly with traditional banks? No? Do you see them being innovative? Fred, perhaps?
Yeah, that's a good observation. Manufacturing and large trading companies, typically, they're not so much in a context where they're faced with impulse buyers. These are more planned, long, just-in-time type of logistical change that need to be supported by payments. So the traditional payments typically can serve them for a longer time, I guess. I think that will come. You already see the SME market moving in that direction, more instant payments, more flexible ways of payment, more card payments. But maybe it'll take another couple of years before it really reaches the big manufacturing and trading areas.
Thanks a lot, Fred. I think there's a question for you, Ritesh, and that's really about business models. So do you think that bank payments, and mainly thanks to open banking, has a future compared to card transactions?
Yes, definitely, because when you look into with the innovation in the payment, the value stream in the payment is quite strengthened, as well as there are multiple players. So when we look into the card transaction, that takes several days to settle and incur significant amount of fee from each intermediary as well. So, and that eats away the merchant's profitability. And account-to-account payments by the open banking have significantly lower prices and the per transaction cost than the card payments. So yes, it is definitely going to disrupt the credit card and credit card network, or the card network as an overall. If we just look into one of the examples for that matter, early this year, there was around 1.5 billion transactions in a month. which is amounted around 60 billion worth of transaction. And the 1% of it is around 575 or around 600 million or so. And that's been given to the credit card companies. So when you look into the overall size, it's massive, and it is putting a pressure on the merchants and indirectly onto the consumers as well. So yes, the open banking is going to disrupt this marketplace.
Thanks a lot, Ritesh. And there's a question which is, I think, a very good follow-up, which is, on the other hand, credit card schemes, for example, have strong consumer protection. What about new digital payments? Are they matching those level of protections? And perhaps, Kim, if you'd like to answer this.
Sure. Yeah. So I think as we think about what the card schemes have done really well over the years is that they've provided a consistent user experience. So consumers, understand the what's going to happen in the transaction. They understand that they're protected. And I think there's a level of transparency that they have as well. And so I think, for new digital companies, certainly, if they don't protect consumers, they probably won't last long in the marketplace. So there is that aspect of, almost market pressure, if you will. But I also think that the way that new companies protect data and secure data, and the way that they can be transparent about how they're using a person's data, I think those could actually end up being competitive differentiators for companies. And so again, I think it's in many digital companies' best interest to make sure they've put consumer protection at the top of the list, and that they're also transparent about their processes and practices that support that.
Thanks a lot, Kim. And also related to that, and perhaps for Michael, I think a quite interesting point a lot of people can relate to. Someone said, my personal experience is that people use services provided by Revolut quite frequently, but not really for large transactions or savings. Do you think that will change in the future?
That's a great question. I think trust in fintech is a hot topic that's just not going to go away right now. But will this change? I think, Starling Bank just reported a profit. So from a business model point of view, I've been quite critical over the business models of neobanks, if we want to throw them into the basket of fintech. But banks, essentially, traditional banking and the business model, they survive and thrive by lending money and through deposits. And they're the custodians of value and trust. They protect our identities. They protect our hard-earned cash. Now, if you're willing to hand that over to a company that's backed by VC funds and might not be here next year, not all of them are like that, but this is the blanket, labeling of fintech or indeed the neobanks. That's on you. And everyone and every generation has a different risk profile. And as you get more responsibility, maybe you'll look beyond the GUI or the user experience that's maybe jumping off the page at you. So neobank versus fintech, I think they're in the same basket. And I think at the moment, people are leaning towards better the devil you know, as in the brick and mortar of the old bank. That's where we're at today in this time of crisis, but the great user experience, it just lacks these deposits and the lending power. The one thing that I'll just finish with.
Thanks a lot, Michael. Can I just interrupt you because we're running out of time? And I'd like to finish with two questions on a very important topic, which is financial inclusion and emerging markets. And perhaps for you, Fred, how many categories of countries would you say in terms of speed of payment evolution? Is it a 2-speed, 3-speed? Is payment evolution leading to more inequalities?
Oh, that's really a very profound question, and I think it's actually following that the speed is not so much the speed of a country, but it's the speed of the various sectors in the country. So there is the, let's say, traditional banking sector, which is in some state everywhere, more or less advanced, and there is the way in which especially the digitization of payment initiation via mobiles is entering into that space. So there are countries where they're making like enormous leapfrogs into modernity in a big way, just by changing the front end, by putting simple accounts and simple payment initiations in everybody's hands, because they all have phones. And I mean, the Kenya example of M-Pesa is a prime example of that, already dating 10 years back, but still, that kind of jump. And then the other one is where the governments and the monetary authorities take the lead, and the banking sector takes the lead to modernize the back end, to put instant payments in place. There we have examples of around 60, 70 around the world, so another 150 countries to go. And I think that speed is happening, and that financial inclusion is much more an overall concern, which is definitely helped and brought forward by the low threshold of having a mobile and having an app on it. Whether it's actually increasing inequality, I would hope it's not. I think it's the inequality is more in other economic pressures, tensions, inequalities of negotiating power and things like that. Not so much whether you have a payment.
Yeah, perhaps I have your view on that also, Ritesh. So what do you think? Digitalization of payments really, helping financial inclusion or not?
It is definitely helping financial inclusion. And when we think about the financial inclusion, there are two aspects. One is the underbanked and unbanked. Generally, people think about the unbanked population, but there's a huge population which is underbanked as well. And I would say as much as 60% population of the world, which is underbanked. And 1.5 billion is unbanked. So yes, the new technology is definitely helping. And even we are coming up with our own product to help underbanked population. So the technology, when we talk about like the biometrics, which are making a significant improvement into the financial inclusion globally, because the fundamental challenge with the unbanked population is about identifying them, who they are, and settling their identity. So whether it's through the utility payments or through the mobile payments or whichever way, and the biometrics is the unique identity. So that is definitely making a significant difference, and the digital payments on top of that. Various example, we talk about India for that matter, it's a UID. We talk about Indonesia, Vietnam, Africa, everywhere. So yes, it is definitely making a huge difference.
Thanks a lot. And I think that's a great way to finish this panel and also this session in terms of the impact of payments on society. So I would like to finish by saying thank you, of course, to our senior lecturers and to our experts. Thank you for your time. Thank you to all the partners of today's event. And on behalf of CFT and BIP, thank you to the audience. And I hope that in this new world of payment, we're going to all be able to make an impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Hugh, for moderating this fantastic Q&A, and thank you to everyone who sent in the questions or concerned. It was very informative for us all. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of today's Infrastructure Summit from the World FinTech Festival here in Budapest. I wish to thank all our speakers and participants for sharing their insights, experience and thoughts, as well as our fantastic audience for staying with us today. I trust that we can all agree when I say that we had a successful and truly rewarding day today. Today's main topic was payments, and I have two main takeaways in relation to that. First, that fintechs and fintech incumbent cooperation can really bring transparency to the market and drastically reduce transaction prices. Secondly, market stability requires that regulators facilitate this while simultaneously finding the right balance between promoting innovation and protecting market integrity, as well as trust in the financial system. And regarding our second highly relevant topic, cybersecurity, we can see that COVID-19 has brought businessmen back to their families. That's the good news. However, in their professional lives, our speakers have made us aware that during this pandemic, the bad guys have also activated themselves. So constant awareness and proactive approaches in cybersecurity are as crucial as ever. We also celebrated the official launch of Payments in Digital Finance Specialization with the collaboration of the Centre for Finance, Technology and Entrepreneurship and the Budapest Institute of Banking. The launch of the course itself, as well as the panel discussions, prove that innovation in payments is constant. And from the regulatory to the technical and business angles, it still offers a lot of opportunities to harness. I do hope that we will all benefit from these novelties soon. I wish that the rest of your day be just as informative and entertaining as it's been so far. Stay safe and healthy, and we look forward to having you with us again tomorrow from 11 a.m. CET at the Impact Summit of the World FinTech Festival here in Budapest. From me, Peter Linker, and the whole team here in Budapest, it's goodbye for now, and we look forward to having you with us again tomorrow.
Geopolitics, History, Economics. The book titled American Empire versus European Dream by György Matolcsy, the governor of the Central Bank of Hungary, has been released. Providing a broad perspective, it analyzes the process of how the American Empire became the world's #1 superpower. What motivations other major players in geopolitics had. How the European Union attempted to compensate the hegemon status of the American Empire, and how the European dream shattered at the dawn of a new world order. You can find the answers to these questions, as well as many important and topical issues, in György Matolcsy's new book, which has already achieved international success. The book is available in bookstores or online, in the webshop of Paulus Athéné Publishing House, or on Amazon.com.
Azt gondolom, hogy ez az épület mondjuk az ország egyik legjelentősebb műemléke.
A régészeti ásatásnak az eredményei adtak arra reményt, hogy esetleg el lehet dönteni. Tényleg itt volt a középkor óta a városháza, úgyhogy a kihívás az abszolút megvolt.
Az épület megújításával kapcsolatosan alapvetően 3 feladatunk volt. Az egyik feladat az egy műemléki rekonstrukció, a másik nagy feladatcsoport az volt, hogy a 21. századtól elvárható technikai berendezések, gépészet hogy kerüljön úgy be ebbe a házba, hogy a lehető legkevesebbet lásson ebből utána egy látogató. És a harmadik feladat az pedig az épület bővítése volt.
az ország egyik legemblematikusabb területének legemblematikusabb épülete újjászületik, ez valóban egy nagyon fontos szimbólummal és jelentőséggel bír.
A földszint és a pinceszint az mindenki számára megnyitott, turisták, városlakók számára megnyitott, gyakorlatilag közönségforgalmi terekből fog állni, és az emelet, illetve a tetőtér, az pedig olyan részben oktatási, részben reprezentatív előadótereket fogad be, amelyek mondjuk a nagy közönség elől zártak vagy ellenőrzött terek.
A 21. században rendkívül fontos szerepe és jelentősége van a tudásnak, a kreativitásnak és az innovációnak. Az egyik legfontosabb cél, hogy egy olyan oktatási tudásközpont jöjjön létre a Szent Háromság téren, amely valóban az értékekről, az értékteremtésről, az értékőrzésről és a tudásmegosztásról szól.
Is it a dream or reality that captivates me with its beauty? Since we arrived, I feel closer to life. The whole world is open here. And we look for the same things over and over again. New adventures, discovery, beauty, surprises, inspiration. spice of Europe. Budapest.
Say